Hey there, I'm Charlotte, the Gulf Coast Granny. This is Jules, and that's Poppy. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope that y'all can hear me. I do not have my microphone, but we had a few little technical difficulties on the first attempt at this live stream, and now I'm hoping that somebody can come in here and tell me, yes, I can hear you. So, how's everybody doing tonight?
Well, just a second, I'll tell you if you can hear me.
Yeah, tell me if you can hear me. Because if it goes berserk, then that means you can hear me. How's everybody doing? Okay. Excuse me.
Nope.
Anyhow, we're just hanging out. That's all we're doing. I got a glass of wine right here. Poppy, what do you got?
Your tea.
Tea?
Your tea.
This isn't tea. What is this? This is disgusting, whatever it is.
That's orange juice.
Oh.
It's like Tang.
Ugh.
This is your tea.
Okay. Why are you drinking my tea?
Because you put it on my side of the table.
Well, there you go. So.
I was thinking about making a pot of coffee.
That sounds good. We got nothing tonight, y'all. Absolutely nothing. We just wanted to hang out, goof off, and we're old folks, and this is how we're going to do it. What do you think of that?
What do you mean we are old?
Poppy just had a birthday. Hey, Terry, how are you? It's good to see you. Poppy had a birthday last week, and he turned the big 49. One more year, and it's over.
It's not over. Just because you're all decrepit doesn't mean I will be.
Well, maybe not. We'll see, won't we?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm
y'all,
fit as a fiddle.
Hey, Terry, what's your weather like? Because ours sucks. I mean, bad. It's
not
cold.
That bad. It's only 32 degrees. No rain. It's not blistering cold. It's not.
Well, yesterday it was raining all stinking day long.
I know. I was outside at work.
And the wind was blowing like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And it felt like it was 12 degrees outside.
No, it didn't.
It did to me. You'll be 45 in 3 months. It's cold where he is, too. But he's in Iowa, right? Yeah. I can't imagine being that cold.
Under Armour is your friend living up there.
You think so?
Yeah. I love that stuff. When I was working on a flight line outside in Virginia, middle of winter, cold, wet, horrible, nasty wind coming in sideways. My Under Armour, that stuff was great. I loved it.
That's where we lived in Virginia, that's when I learned how to layer my clothing. I didn't understand that concept because I was from Florida and I had never had to do that.
I had to teach her.
And it's amazing how warm you can stay when you have 3 shirts on and a pair of leggings underneath your blue jeans. I mean, you could walk outside and it's freezing and still not need a jacket. I mean, put a little hat on, put a scarf on, keep the wind out. But now, in fact, I bought my first parka or heavy coat when I lived in Virginia. And I thought, y'all ain't gonna believe this. You know the buckles on the wrists and the cute little strings around the bottom? I thought those were decoration. I had no idea they actually work and they keep the wind out and, keep you from freezing to death.
Why do you think I always got aggravated when you mess with all my buckles and pull strings and stuff?
Well, now I know. But, yeah, we don't get cold like this very often here. And when it does get cold outside, it doesn't last very long. I mean, this cold snap might last 2 or 3 days and then it'll be 70 degrees again. So I'm not, it's kind of fun when it does happen. But
fun, that means we get to hang out and snuggle and be all cozy warm.
Get on your side of the table. Good Lord, have mercy.
Just because you're an old fuddy-duddy doesn't mean I'm an old fuddy-duddy.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yeah. Y'all, I've got YouTubers block. I'm having a really hard time trying to figure out what to post on YouTube and what to talk about and what you guys want to see. And I don't know anymore. So go back and watch some of my videos and leave me comments and say, hey, I don't like this, or hey, I want to see so and so. Maybe I should do a poll. Maybe I should do a poll on my community tab and have people comment and say what they would want to see.
I've told you what I wanted to see.
You're so nasty.
I'm not even being perverted, woman. I'm talking about. There's a whole bunch of stuff sitting in that deep freeze right now.
I know.
Saying, eat me.
Poppy wanted me to make some more gumbo, and I thought I might do that.
But
hey, Dwayne, how are you doing, my dear? How cold are you up in the frigid Northwest? These are my little Canucky friends.
I know.
My Canuck friends. I love that.
Dwayne is the wealth of knowledge.
I know. Come on, Dwayne, give me a temp.
Well, it's 10 Celsius in my shop Friday.
What's that? 30 something?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what the conversion is, but it's roughly 20 points ahead-ish, depending.
Give or take a few.
You know what? I'm so jealous of my friend Patrick because he's in Australia right now and they're having summertime.
Well, he'd much rather have wintertime. He said that last time.
Oh, no, Dwayne, I'm so sorry. He said, I've got to take it easy. I've been tested for the you-know-what and got one of the versions, the second version.
Oh, the Delta.
Oh, Dwayne, that just breaks my heart. I hope you get better really, really soon. It's 10 Celsius is around 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Whoops.
Well, that was in the shop, but it was 30-something outside.
Was it?
Yep.
Hey, Joan, how are you? How are you this evening? We're just hanging out, and we don't have any great words of wisdom.
You don't.
Well, what's yours?
Depends on what we're talking about.
I just thought you might have something right off the top of your head. Anyhow, like I said, we don't have any great words of wisdom tonight. We're just hanging out with folks and saying, hey, we got Dwayne in here, and we got Terry from Madwood Barbecue. And, yeah, that's all we're doing. So I want to garden. I wanted to garden all weekend.
Ain't nothing stopping you.
Well, yeah, this cold weather is.
Well, you know how to layer and get your butt out there.
No, I'm not doing that.
Bust out your flashlight and do it in the dark.
Gardening is for warm weather.
You could moon garden.
Moon garden. Hey, I ought to buy some moonflowers and plant them over there by the chicken coop. What do y'all think? I'll decorate my chicken coop with moonflowers. That'd be pretty. Yeah. Hey, Marcel, how are you?
But the question is, can they eat them and not get sick?
Mm-hmm.
You better do the research.
Look it up.
Don't a bunch of sick chickens.
I'm going to Google it right now. Let's find out if moonflowers will kill chickens. I hope not.
He got a 7th test today. Have symptoms.
Got a what?
He has his 7th test today.
Oh, my.
He got symptoms. Match the version of the, okay, blah, blah, blah.
Uh-huh. Where is it?
I don't know this. Yeah. Goes away.
7th test.
Are they doing the mouth swabs now, or are they still scraping your brain?
Oh, no, you can't. You know what, Terry? When I had it, I could taste and smell, but everything tasted terrible. It truly did. It's 20 degrees there in North Carolina where Joan is. Holy Toledo. Look, I was watching Ryan Hall, y'all. He's my favorite YouTube weather guy. And he said that North Carolina, South Carolina is covered in ice, even into Virginia.
Wow.
That is scary because we've had to drive in those ice storms when we lived in Virginia, and that was no fun whatsoever.
Yeah, ice sucks. I'll drive in snow all day long.
Yeah, anybody. Yeah. If you've never been around snow's a piece of cake compared to ice. He has had 7 nasal swabs in total.
Yep, those are the brain scrapers.
Dwayne, that's miserable.
That's one more than me so far. I only had 6 total.
Well.
And the last one was a mouth swab. I'm like, where's the brain scraper? And like, oh, we don't do that anymore.
Are moonflowers Poison.
Just put chickens eat
to
moonflowers.
chickens.
You're going a long way around.
Yeah, might be. Moonflowers are poisonous to everything from horses to chickens, pigs, cows, and sheep. And
Wow.
cats.
So and dogs. So no moonflowers for you.
Well, now I'm a little disappointed because I thought it would make the chicken coop real pretty.
Well, then find out what kind of vegetation they can have that they're not going to die from, and then put it on them.
You know what? Maybe we should plant some peas.
Growing up the sides?
Yeah.
Oh, they would love that.
I bet they'd like that a lot.
The peas sticking inside.
Inside, and they could pick at them.
Yep.
That would be fun. And then it would also have flowers on it, too. Oh, get some runner beans.
Those long ones?
Mm-hmm. No. Runner beans have red flowers.
No, okay.
I've had it one time. This is Terry. Before they had a name for it. So you got it early on, huh? Yeah, Dwayne, I certainly hope you feel better soon. He said it's very wet today from puddles and slushy snow. Ugh.
So it's not the pretty white snow anymore. It's that slushy brown
crap. It's that brown snow.
It splashes up on your car and gets stuck to it.
Oh, gosh. And then the salt gets all over your car.
Mm-hmm. Starts rotting it.
And rotting it.
Unless they do what I did.
What'd you do?
Well, I remember after I came home and I knew I drove through salt, I got the water hose out and I blasted the entire underside of my car.
Mm-hmm.
And I blasted the top of the car.
Mm-hmm.
And I turned my driveway and all.
Oh, I wanted to show Marcel my new stuff. Marcel, remember today when I was talking to you about my new budgeting system? Here's one of my binders right here. It's got this little, hang on, I got too many hands going here. It's this, and it's got these envelopes in it. And you'll notice the first one here says band, because that's my priority right now. And you can label them any way you want to. And it came with these 12 envelopes in it. And it's got pockets here.
Where's mine?
What do you mean, where's yours?
Tattoo.
It's not in here yet, because band is a priority. And then this one is kind of cute. It's got little glittery seashells and sequins and stuff in it. And this one I'm using for groceries, gas, and personal spending. Tractor Supply, because we got to get chicken food and rabbit food.
Mm-hmm.
And then back here in the back, see this right here, this little piece of paper? That's my $50 challenge. I'm going to fill all these envelopes up with $50 bills. And every one I fill up, I'm going to color it so I know how far I've gotten. And here's another little challenge that I printed off. And you get to determine how much the hearts are worth. And whenever you save that much, you just color the heart in, and you keep the money in your little envelope. And I think it's really just a cool idea. I know I was telling you about one of them earlier. Oh, my little rainy day fund, which I thought was cute. You just, each one of those has a different number in it, see? And when you save that much money, you color in the raindrop. And then I got a few of them. I've got this honeycomb one. I think I told you about that one. And then this is a $1 savings challenge. And this here is a Christmas fund savings challenge. And by the time you have all those colored in, it's $930. And then this one is a $400 savings challenge. You just save a bunch of 20s, and every time you do, you color in one of those candies.
Can I have the candy?
No, you can't have any candy. But anyhow, it's a fun way to challenge yourself to save a little bit of cash, and it's really working for me, and I'm excited about it. Joan said, I'm in northern North Carolina. Snow and ice missed us last night. Woo, did you get lucky or what?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Marcel, some of them I got as freebies. This one was a freebie online on either Pinterest or I just Googled free savings trackers and I found these two here. And then this right here I got from an Etsy shop, and I'll let you, I can't remember which one I got it from, but I'll let you know
Later.
I'll send you a Facebook message. But these I paid, I think, $4, and I got, I believe, 8 of these sheets. And now, once you buy them, you can keep downloading them and printing them off as often as you want to. So they're, you know, I already printed one of this one off, but if I want to redo it, I can just, it's unlimited once you buy it. So I paid $4 and I got like 8 or 9 of them. And then the little tiny ones I got from an Etsy shop called Budgeting with Cat. Budgeting with Cat. And I think I paid 99 cents and I got unlimited downloads of this. Let me show you. There's 3 of them. She calls this one the Something I Love Challenge.
Honey.
What? And then this one is a miniature version of the envelope challenge, and it's only 24 envelopes. And what they do is they number the envelopes 1 through 24, and every time you fill up an envelope with whatever numbers on the envelope, at the end of it, you'll have $300 in savings.
They call it challenges. Who are you challenging?
Yourself.
Oh.
And then this is a rainy day fund tracker, and you get to determine how much each rainbow is. And once you save that amount, you just color in the rainbow. And now, like I said, this is from the Etsy store, budgeting with. Let me make sure. You know what? I'm gonna check for you right now, Joan. I'm gonna have to do it on my phone though. So if you don't mind giving me a second. Oh, I can't do it on this phone. Shh, fiddlesticks. I'll have to do it on my computer.
If you're signed into the house net, you might be able to.
I know. That's what I'm thinking. Yes, I think I can. Look, y'all, we just got fiber internet, and it's amazing. It's amazing. Before I got that fiber internet, if I wanted to do anything on my computer while I was streaming, I couldn't do it. What are you doing?
Google.
I don't need Google. I need Etsy. Okay. Purchases and reviews. Okay. Come on, come on, come on.
You mean like that? Your phone will still work because it's on the house Wi-Fi.
That's not what I mean. Okay, what the big challenges that I got, all of these. Okay, now let me tell you what I did. This is just a printed off piece of paper, and this blue behind it is just some cardstock that I had in my house, and I used some glue stick and glued it down so that it would be more sturdy. These I got from an Etsy shop called All Things Plannerly. Plannerly. That's an interesting word. And then the mini ones I got from Budget with Cat. And then the other two, the little this little mason jar and this little rainy day fund, I found these free on the internet. Just Googled free savings trackers. Hello, Mr. Cartoon Universe. Is that DJ I'm talking to? I bet it is. I bet it is. But anyhow, I'm really excited about starting this new budgeting, and I might even do a video on it. So let me know if you want me to do one, because look, if any, y'all might not be like me, but saving money for me is one of the hardest things in the world for me to do. Number one, because let me give you an example, okay? My kids had band practice from 9 to 5 today. So my daughter wanted to go to the Mexican restaurant across the street from the school to have lunch. And so she asked her daddy, could she go? And I said, well, does she have any money? And he said, I don't know. And I said, well, you need to ask her because I'm not paying for it. 9 times out of 10, what I will do is open up my phone, go to my app, and transfer money to her account. $20, $30 a week for her to go out for lunch with all her teenage friends and her brother. And me and Poppy are sitting at the house eating hamburger helper. Well, homemade as it was still hamburger helper. Macaroni and cheese with hamburger in it.
That's what your boy wanted for dinner.
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying. It's an example. It's an example. So I'm tired of doing that. But I do it all the time. Every time they ask me for money, I'm throwing it at them.
We've been doing that for 21 years.
We've been doing it for 20 years. So we don't get to save anything for ourselves or the things that we want because kids always have their hand out like this. Even some of the grown ones. Well, y'all know Grumpus talks about grown kids and that stuff all the time, but
I'm on his side.
And I am too now.
Get a job, hippie.
I have decided that this year we're going to save all that money we'd be throwing at our kids. And I'm not talking about the stuff they need. I'm talking about the stuff that Violet could go to her sister's, earn $20 babysitting, and save that for her extra stuff. And that's what I'm going to start making her do. She's going to have to learn the value of that dollar because not long ago, she wanted to go to the coffee shop with one of her girlfriends. And I said, sure, that's fine. Do you have money? She said, yeah. Now, that's always my response. Do you have money? Because I'm always prepared to throw it at her, right? And so I had transferred $30 to her account just because. I can't remember why I did it, but I just did it. And after she finished at the coffee shop, every time she makes a change in plans, she'll text me. And she'll say, we're going to go walk around the park now. We're going to go to so-and-so's house now. And that way I know I could follow and I know where she is all the time, which is a necessity when you're a parent, right? Well, a few minutes or probably half an hour after I got the text saying they were going to be walking around downtown, she texted me and asked me, could she go to the sushi place with her friend? And I told her, sure, long as you got the money for it. And I knew she had $30, so I wasn't worried about it. Let me tell you what. Girlfriend spent $27 and some change at the sushi restaurant. And I'm like, so I texted her.
How did she do that?
Don't ask me.
One stinking person?
Well, no, that's the thing. And this is why I want to tell you, they don't understand the value of that dollar. She knew that I had given her that $30. She went to the sushi place with her little friend, and her little friend didn't have any money, so she offered to pay for her friend's meal as well.
Then how did they want to go to the sushi joint if they didn't have any stinking cash in the first place?
Well, I don't know. You're right. It can be expensive, Marcel. And I told Violet when she got home, I said, you spent almost $30 at the sushi. How could you do that? Because, I know how much the rolls are, and I know how much food there is, and I know my daughter can't eat that much.
Mm-mm.
Not even on a good day.
I can.
I know you can. But, so she said, oh, my friend didn't have any money, so I bought hers.
No, we bought hers.
That's what I said to her.
Good.
I said, young lady, you didn't buy nothing. I did. And I didn't volunteer to pay for everybody else's meal. I volunteered to pay for your meal. And it kind of irritated me a little bit. I felt a little taken advantage of. But, so that's one of the reasons that I started thinking, wait a minute. Why am I just throwing money at these children especially that one who's big enough to be able to make a little bit of money on her own.
Big enough to mow the yard.
She's big enough to mow the yard. She's big enough to babysit. She's big enough. She gets little gigs here and there.
No, she has to do round 2 on that head.
I know she does. She was supposed to clean the bathroom today, not for money, just because she lives here and it's part of the cost of doing business with me.
Breathes my air, eats my food.
Right. But she was supposed to clean the bathroom and she did a piss poor job. She didn't mop the floor. She didn't empty the garbage can. She didn't clean the tile around the shower.
Just tell them what she did do. It'd be a lot quicker.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what she did do. She cleaned the inside of the toilet, not the outside.
At all.
And she wiped off the sink.
And she made her brother take the trash out.
Yeah. Oh, today?
Yeah. Finally. And he came home, emptied the dishwasher, emptied the cap thing, emptied the garbage, and then emptied her garbage. Before he did anything
She ought to be ashamed of herself.
She's a slacker.
She is a slacker. And then she'll use the excuse, well, I was at band all day. So was her brother.
Peanut gallery piping in from the next room.
Mm-hmm. Murphy was in the kitchen or living room and heard me say that. And he said, well, so was I.
I was like, me.
So look, y'all, since we're hanging out, I forgot. I'm too busy running my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going
to make coffee.
I'll put a link up here in a minute. Just give me a second because I got invite. What's the matter with you?
I'm old. My body hurts.
Okay.
Well, not old. My body does hurt. How about that?
I know. Grandpa said he'd do that for $30.
What, mow the yard?
Any of those things.
Okay.
Hey, Grumpus, how are you this evening? It's good to see you. There's a link, you guys. Go ahead and anybody who wants to come and chat with us, just click on that link, and I'll keep an eye on the basement down here, Purgatory. So wait a minute. DJ had a question. I questioned the option of leaving school for lunch. Not normal for me. Oh, that was, yeah. They're not allowed to leave school for lunch.
Nope.
Today, they were at school from 9 to 5 for a band practice, and they were allowed to leave today because it wasn't a school day. But during the regular school week, they are not allowed to do that. Not even the seniors.
No.
Here at this school, they really... No, the seniors can't go nowhere. I can't... Hey, DJ. Oh, hang on. I got to get my thing out of here. How are you doing? Where in the world is your shirt, young man?
Hey, so good to see you.
Hey, it's good to see you too, my dear.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was confused on that because I didn't know if that was a normal thing or what.
No, not at all. When the band has practice on the weekends, I mean, everybody has to go to lunch or at least have their parents bring them lunch or what have you.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But on a normal school day, no, that does not happen.
Yeah.
And even but after school, sometimes she'll ask me if she can go over to the Winn-Dixie. It's in a little shopping center right across the street from the school. There's the Mexican restaurant, and then would you please stop making that noise? Why do I have to say that to him every night on a live stream?
Because you're a noise Nazi, that's why.
So, but I can't hear DJ over all of that noise. But anyhow, sometimes she'll ask me after school, in between the time that school ends and band practice starts, if she can walk over to the Winn-Dixie and pick up a snack or something to hold her over till dinner time. Because sometimes they have practice till 8 o'clock at night.
Yep.
So yeah. Thanks, Marcel. Everybody who's around, be sure to hit that like button for me. Maybe YouTube will throw this video out there to some other folks who want to just hang out and get.
Yeah.
Because I'm
Yeah.
doing that tonight.
So, as you may have noticed, I did change my name.
I did. And what was the reasoning for that?
Okay, if you don't mind a little story here, but I was watching a season of a show that has been on for 20 plus years, and the season I was watching aired in 2010, and I thought, oh wait, I should review this and get it out there, right? So,
Right.
but when I looked at the year, I thought, what do I want to do?
Mm-hmm.
Go back to my old channel or take the opportunity to rebrand and incorporate everything that I like, past and present, all
Right.
into one channel.
Well, shoot, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and I'm not doing with everything like my gaming content is still gonna be on a separate channel, but
Okay.
to
But all of the cartoon stuff is going to be on this one?
yes,
Gotcha.
yeah. That was my thought process, and I thought, I could probably rebrand everything within a day, which is what I did. So once I had the idea, I went with it.
Yeah.
And I redid everything in one day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work. A lot. Hey, Grumpus. How you doing? You said you just woke up. I'm sorry, DJ. I've just read that he just woke up. My 1.5 hour nap turned into 4.5. You know what? Mine did too. I think I slept from 2 to 8, which was ridiculous. I shouldn't have done that. But now I'm wired.
Yeah. I could, I mean, I take nap for I plan to take nap for like, 20 minutes. 2 hours later, I'm awake and I'm like, why did I do that? I'm gonna be up a lot longer
Oh yeah.
than I want to be, so
I understand that like nobody's business. Truly. Ever since I got sick at Christmas time, I went through this whole period where all I wanted to do was sleep because I was just so exhausted. And now my sleep schedule, I've got my days and nights mixed up. So I've been sleeping during the day and staying awake all night long, and I really need to flip that again because I got kids in school. Do you know how hard it is to sleep for an hour and then get up and get your kids ready for school? That ain't no fun. No
yeah,
fun.
I would not want to do that at all.
Well, and then when I'm up, I'll go to sleep at like 3 or 4 in the morning. I have to wake up at 6 to get the kids ready for school.
Yeah.
They leave at about 7:30. Well, then I'm up and I can't go back to sleep till 10 or 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I get drained. So from 10 to 4:30 or 5 o'clock, I'm snoring, which is ridiculous. It's just that, and that's part of the problem too, is I think that I'm just getting a lot of broken sleep instead of a good long sleep.
Yeah, most definitely.
And I don't think that's good for folks. I really don't.
No, not at all. I mean,
it's dang sure not good for my attitude.
No, it ain't. Grump.
Grumpus, I think I might have to add Grumpy to my name too here lately. Because I've been so grumpy lately.
Been a turd.
Yeah,
nice.
Well, that's what happens when you don't get enough sleep. You just kind of take it out on everybody. Now, Marcel, she says she don't take it out on nobody. But I do.
Maybe you should take some cues from her.
I take it out on everybody.
Except Murphy.
But except for Murphy, my little boy. He ain't even a little boy anymore. He just became a teenager in December.
Yeah.
And but he's so small that to me he looks like a little boy still. I mean, he only weighs 70 pounds.
I mean, honestly, without the build and without my facial hair, I look like I was when I was 10.
You got a baby face then.
Yeah.
That's adorable. You should shave. Let me see what you look like without your. No.
Yeah, but it was the thing. Like, I only shave once a week.
Once a week?
Yeah.
Well, why do you even do that? You should just get a trimmer and keep it, short. That way you wouldn't have to shave.
And I have tried that before, and
it just didn't work out right?
Yeah, because the one I had, it was one that would flip open so you could dump the hair out, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And every time I shaved and got done, my finger would accidentally hit that button, and I would end up with my beard all over.
Oh gosh.
So
well, it's probably a good idea you stick to shaving once a week then.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I want it off my face, but I don't want it everywhere else.
Yeah, and I understand that. I do. I get that.
But yeah, I have tried trimming it every. Like, I would do it every 3 days. But yeah.
Well, I know Poppy, even though he has the beard, he still has to shave up here to keep it nice and trimmed up. He still has to shave partial, and down here because I won't allow him to have a neck beard.
I wouldn't want that anyway. That's yucky and itchy.
He said he wouldn't want it anyway, but I don't like no neck beard. That's gross to me.
I personally don't like the neck beard
Right.
oil.
I can't imagine because you'd think it would stick. You know, like when you move your head a certain way, it would stick your neck. I don't
Yeah,
know. Maybe not.
it kind of does with
Mm-hmm.
its irritating one. Right.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah. But yeah, I do shave once a week. Like uh, recently for the past few weeks, I and I don't know if Poppy could testify to this or what, but I actually use conditional to
Oh yeah.
shave
Yeah.
and not shave with cream. With
Mm-hmm.
that's just because I would end up getting bumps on my
Right.
face.
Right. Right.
So yeah,
What kind of stuff do you use for your beard? It's beard oil or some kind of stuff he
Let me
uses.
go get it.
And he also has a specific beard wash that has a something that moisturizes your skin in it. I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know. But he likes that stuff, the beard oil, because it keeps
Nice.
it from being so stiff.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I get what you mean. But yeah, that's what I do when I sh-
Speaking of beard oil,
You got that stuff at Walgreens.
y'all,
right?
we got that at Walgreens,
okay, nice.
and he really likes this. Ooh, there.
Yep,
And then this is the beard and face wash that he uses.
nice.
And that's also, we got it, like I said, we got all of it at Walgreens. This one smells really nice. It's got a sandalwood scent to it, and it smells nice. I don't know about this. What does this smell like? Anything?
Cool.
So
It smells
So,
like Old Spice. Oh,
Jeff,
that's interesting. It works though. Y'all, I want y'all to put out all of your positive thoughts and all the love you can get for Miss Queen Mercy because she lost her cousin this past week. And apparently, this was a cousin that she grew up with, and they were very, very close. And unfortunately, she passed. And I believe she had COVID. And I haven't seen her on this evening, but I'm not sure. She might have gone to be with family.
yeah,
All of that stuff. So y'all be thinking about her because she's just tore up over it. Just
yeah,
absolutely tore up.
yeah, Jeff was sorry to
My heart
hear
went
that.
out to her. I'm serious. It broke my heart when she told me about it. And Dwayne has the plague, so keep him in your thoughts too. Because God knows we don't need Dwayne to be unhealthy. We love Dwayne.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah, and
Hey, where's my coffee? He brought some coffee to the table. I guess we're going to share it. Have you ever had any Black Rifle coffee?
No.
Poppy buys Black Rifle coffee because it's a veterans-owned company.
Nice.
And they actually have very good coffee.
Yeah, I will tell you that I don't drink coffee.
Oh, really? Okay.
That much. I mean, I'm not like I drink it every day. Just I like it a specific way, and
Sure.
I'm just gonna say like.
Well, you're still young and full of energy. When you get old and you're tired all the time, you'll probably drink a lot more.
Maybe, but I don't know about you, but I do like my coffee a bit on the sweet side.
I do too. I do too. I
Uh,
don't like it super, super like syrupy, but I do like my coffee sweet.
yeah.
Just like my tea and my wine. Well,
Um, well,
I have a sugar problem, y'all. I really do.
the one I can't like agree with you because I don't drink wine at all.
At all.
So,
I didn't. I used to not drink at all years ago. Well, most of my life, I didn't drink at all. It was just not something that I felt was necessary. And we had some drinkers in my family that took it way too far. And so I always wanted to stay away from it, because I thought that everybody who drank acted like my foolish family members. But now I'm older and I learned that I'm not real likely to overdo it. I usually have one or two glasses and then I'm done. I don't need to drink. I just, and that's the thing. That's the thing because of my family member who was a complete and total alcoholic who couldn't live without it. I guess it's kind of scarred me a little bit because I tried so hard to stay away from it all of my life. But like I said, now I'm older and I know what I can do and what I can't do.
Yeah, I definitely get that.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you get into drinking, don't drink. It's my advice, but
Yeah.
to each their own, I guess.
Right. Yeah, welcome back, Wesley.
Hi,
Marcel said welcome.
I said I'm back. I need coffee.
He was missing in action there for a few minutes, wasn't he?
Instead of walking back and forth a few times, I was just sitting on the other side of the computer, listening.
He's always listening. I'll drink just a tad. Okay, Grumpus said, I'll just drink a tad too far, then back up a bit. Look, I think I can count on one hand the times in my life I've been drunk. Now, I've been tipsy lots of times. I mean, just like my lips would get numb or something. And when I get too much to drink, that's the first sign that I need to quit is my lips start to feel numb. And it's weird. But then again, it's a good signal,
Yeah, no kidding.
So my lips get numb. I'm like, okay, I'm done. Because if I do any more, I'm going to have too much.
Yeah.
Oh, that man party. When did your lips get numb?
We're not going to talk about that. That's one of the times I can count on my hand that I've been way too drunk.
Four-wheeler?
Okay.
Four-wheeler? What are you talking about? Oh!
He was not even moving and you fell off of it.
I was over at my neighbor's house one time. We were porch drinking because that's what they used to do. And they would sit on their porch till all hours of the night drinking beer. Well, I ended up having a bottle of wine.
The whole stinking big bottle.
The whole bottle. While I was sitting on their porch. And, well, it got kind of chilly, so we moved into their garage. And I was sitting on this four-wheeler and fell the frack off of the four-wheeler.
A non-moving four-wheeler.
It wasn't even moving. It was stationary. And I fell off of it. And they had to walk me home. I think I walked. I don't know. They might have carried me.
Amanda called me.
Did she?
I met you halfway. You were so hammered, I literally threw you over my shoulder, carried you into the house, and flopped you in the bed. And when you hit
That's
the bed,
when I puked.
no, you hit the bed, rolled over, and said, "I need a bucket."
That's the first time I ever puked from being drunk.
And before I could hit the damn bucket, you went bleh in the carpet.
You were not fast enough.
I didn't know I was going to get
When my kids tell me if they get sick, like with a stomach bug or whatever, and they say, "Mom, I'm going to be sick." Let me tell you something. I am running with the bucket. I'm running to wherever they are. I grab whatever container is on the way and I run.
But the daughter never misses the toilet or the outside.
No, she don't, does she?
Mm-mm.
That child has never once gotten sick anywhere inappropriate.
Either in the grass or in the toilet.
Nowhere where we had to clean it up. It's amazing.
Or in her sister's hands at one time.
Oh, God. Y'all want to hear a story about true love?
Yes.
Poppy and I were taking a trip with the little ones to Western Virginia in the mountains. And we were packing the van up.
Rented minivan.
It was a rented minivan, and we were packing it up. And my older daughter, Rachel, who was about 18 at the time, maybe 19, she was sitting in the car with the kid, the baby. We only had the one baby at the time. Violet was maybe two-ish, okay? She was sitting in her car seat, and Rachel was sitting in the car seat with her because she was going to miss her baby sister. She loved her baby, and still does to this day, mind you. But she was sitting in there talking to her and playing little games with her. And me and him were packing the car. And all of a sudden, I turned around because I heard a weird noise come from the car.
Yeah.
It was like, right? And I turned and I looked. And I found Violet she was sick to her stomach and puking. And my daughter, who was 19 at the time, throws her hands out in front of her baby sister's face and catches it. And I was like, oh God. I said, she's like, oh Mom, get me something. And Wesley grabbed her a towel real quick so she could clean herself up and clean the baby up. And I looked at my daughter and I said, Rachel, that is true love, honey, because I wouldn't even have done that. I'm her mama, and I would not have done that.
No, go ahead and throw up on yourself.
Go ahead, puke everywhere. We'll clean you up later.
Right.
Can you believe that? Grandpa said he don't get drunk, but everybody around him gets real serious.
Maybe you need to hang out with some more fun people.
I know, right? Marcel said, oh no, easy to do after a big bottle. Ask me how I know. Yeah, it was a big bottle that night, and I don't even remember a lot of that night, which is crazy. Yeah, Marcel said that's for sure true love.
Yeah, really.
God knows I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah,
But
I definitely know that because.
But you know what's crazy? We went on our vacation. What were we, like, gone 3 days or so? It was just a short little thing.
Yeah.
But she wasn't sick again for the whole time.
Might have been something in her breakfast.
I have no idea. Hey, Marcel, are you a mod on my thing? I think you are. Will you get rid of that that bot? You DJ, aren't you a mod?
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not? Oh,
right here?
I need to mod you. Yeah, that one right there. Get rid of that.
Just hold it.
Huh? You have to click on the dots next to it. There you go.
Hide.
Report it and then hide it.
Report.
Spam.
Unwanted.
Hey, this one.
Report.
I get so tired of those bots. Thank you, Marcel. Thank you. Marcel got him.
No, okay. I guess I reported it and she dumped him.
I get so tired of that. I don't know what people are doing in people's chats.
Yeah, I don't
understand it.
That happens on mine a lot. With I tend to have to do that myself because unlike you, I do have a lot of people watching me.
In your chat.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I have mods for my channel, but they don't join me that often while I'm live. So.
Right. Move your how's Pia doing? Have you heard from her?
Yes, I'm quite surprised. She was actually live on, what was it, Wednesday night?
Is she going live?
Well, she was live for just one night because she was testing out a new software.
Oh, okay.
Called Melon. It's similar to StreamYard, but a lot worse.
A lot worse?
Yes.
Oh, she didn't like it, huh?
None of us did.
None of you did. Okay.
Well, you wanna know why?
Why?
The free plan is you can have, I believe, up to 2 people on the stream. Hey, Grumpus.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Grumpus.
I think he's missing his shirt too.
But
you're missing your shirt. So where's your shirt? Good grief! DJ, you're starting a thing here.
Hey.
Goodness gracious.
No, I've been doing this way longer. You know that.
DJ's the master of shirtless. Okay. Oh, now he's got to hide himself, buttoning it back.
but yeah, the problem she was using only allow for 2 people to be on the stream at a time.
Yeah.
So, and those 2 people included the host.
Oh my. Well, I'm not using that then.
Yeah, so that's the free. And you can't really use the free account for that long if they want you to pay.
Right. Right. Grumpus, that was crazy. But we didn't get the full Monty. What the heck? What
you
the
want
heck?
To zoom out?
No.
It looks like it was a robe top he put on. He might be.
That's funny. Oh, that's funny.
So we should all shut off the DJ's thing.
I guess it's going to be a thing now. Everybody shows up topless.
We need a lot more people on here.
Well, and that's so funny. It's funny because, look, I don't even care, but they'll probably cancel my channel if I show up topless. Look, if I had a privacy fence, I'd garden topless. Other than the bees. I don't want the bees.
Or mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Just say anybody peeking over my fence is taking their own chances.
Ain't that the truth? But somebody be saying something about it. Can you believe that? They're over there doing such and such.
So why are you peeping?
Right.
Good. Shut your mouth.
Right.
Like our last neighbor.
Oh, I forgot. You know what, Marcel, if Joan, if you're still here, I forgot to tell you about the other little small business that I supported. It's also a budgeting business. It's called Jordan Budgets, and she also has some of those savings challenges that I was showing y'all in the beginning.
Nice.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to change the subject, but
What subject?
what subject? Yeah, right.
Not being nude.
We never have a subject around here. We just go off on the fly.
So, I just had to do that.
Grumpus, what'd you have for dinner?
We went out. I had some whiskey braised short ribs.
Ooh, gosh, that sounds good.
It was pretty
What
good.
Mrs. Grumpus have?
She had, I think she had a French dip sandwich.
Just a sandwich?
Yeah. We found a little spot not too far from us, just opened up and gave it a try. And definitely go back.
Man,
It's called Whiskey
I
Creek.
wish that we could get some little spots opening up around here.
That would stay open.
But you know, the little town that we live in is just not super business friendly. They're not friendly
not
to
enough
small
people to keep
business.
them open.
Well, and that's the
They're
thing.
not friendly to no businesses.
I know that, but it's not necessarily the city government that's unfriendly. It's the people who live here don't support the small businesses. There was an excellent barbecue joint down the road. They had some of the best barbecue I've eaten in this area since I moved here. They were delicious. And also, when you walked in, it was basically a carry-out place. It was not, you couldn't eat there.
Well, they had benches outside you could go eat.
Yeah, but yuck.
With the giant umbrellas.
But here's the thing. You walk in, you order on the left-hand side. They got their menu up, and the whole other part was a really small produce section. You could get organic anything. They had coolers with fresh berries and fresh fruits, and what else did they?
Mushrooms
They had
and vegetables and
it was
insane how much stuff they
great.
had.
I loved it. They were open about 6 months and had to shut down.
And they didn't have the same boring crap that Walmart or Winn-Dixie had. They had the
Little specialty things.
hard to find things.
Yeah.
So was it more like a vegetable market, and then they just put barbecue at the side as an afterthought?
No. I think the vegetable market was the afterthought, to be honest. Because they advertised on Facebook every day their barbecue specials and what their menu was and blah, blah, blah. Every day it was all about the barbecue. And it was, like I said, it was delicious.
They would do sandwiches, and the one thing that she liked the most, they would give you a potato.
Baked potato.
That was probably the size of 2 of your fists.
Oh, yeah.
At least that big. And they would stuff it with the brisket or the pulled pork or whatever, and then also bacon and sour cream and cheese and anything you could imagine to be shoved in a potato.
And it was just loaded. I couldn't eat a whole one at one time.
I could.
I know you could.
I did.
But I couldn't. It would last me 2 or 3 meals. And also their baked beans were just to die for.
Yeah.
And I'm so sad that they had to go out of business. I really am, because that was probably next to the Mexican restaurant, the best restaurant in this town. And they're gone. So there's that. And honestly, in this area, Wesley, get that. In this area, there aren't. Okay. Everybody talks about how the Gulf Coast food is so wonderful. And it is. But here in my little town, it's not.
Well, we even had a butcher that went out.
Who was that?
It was the meat hook.
Oh yeah, the meat. Yeah, yeah. He was a butcher, like a meat market. And in fact, I ordered your porterhouse. Remember when I got you those porterhouse steaks for your birthday?
Yeah.
They were this thick and they were amazing.
Phenomenal.
Can't get anything from them anymore.
No.
I think they're just catering to Walmart and Winn-Dixie and
Well, and then that beef jerky place, he was doing really, really
Yeah.
well.
yeah.
And he wasn't doing that well here. He was getting more business from the surrounding towns.
Mhm.
So he moved out of this town to another one, and he's doing way better over there.
Mhm.
Mm.
It's kind of weird. If you want to eat anywhere in this town, you're going to have to go out of this town.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, it's only 4 miles across. So it's not like you got to drive far.
Yeah. There's not
But
very
still,
many
if it's-
people to sustain a business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You get home late at 8 o'clock at night, and you want to eat.
You can't.
You're driving out of town,
Mm-hmm.
and that just makes everything that much stinking later.
Yeah.
Unless you want Waffle House.
Right. Now, Waffle House, we got a Waffle House.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this.
Mm.
I'm the older I get, the less I like to go to a restaurant that is noisy.
You've been like that the entire time I've known you.
Have I?
Yeah,
Well, I hate it more now.
that's a lot. I'm
Yeah,
not sure if
I
there's
get
not much
that way.
hate on the planet.
I can't stand to go to a restaurant where you can hear everybody banging their dishes around and the room echoes and you can hear conversations. I want a cozy, like the Rack House, a cozy
Yeah.
little plate where you're just in your own little world while you're eating. I enjoy that atmosphere the best.
Yeah, rack.
Yeah, they are. What? See that right there, y'all? I hate that. How come?
That's not anybody
Block.
we know, is it?
No,
Because I timed them out.
it's a stinking bot. I blocked them.
Well,
Sorry,
yeah,
sorry.
because if someone does it on the YouTube side,
Mm-hmm.
it takes it out of that chat, but on StreamYard, you would have to delete it.
Oh, I
No.
see. I see.
So, yeah, it was already deleted on YouTube.
I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
Not
Thank
on
you.
StreamYard.
I just want to make sure that yeah, she did that. She did that. Okay, great. Marcel said those are cool. I'm going to look into that. You know what, Marcel? They have helped me tremendously. Y'all, let me tell you what happened to me. I don't know if y'all saw all my little budget folders that I've been doing. I did it earlier in the live stream. But they look, sorry, honey. They're just little A6 binders. And they come with these little envelopes in them right here. And it's a cash budgeting system so that you're not swiping your card all the time. And
Yeah,
I
that
use
helps.
envelopes for, I'm doing a hybrid system because we have a lot of bills that just automatically come out. Like, well, not the rent, but I pay the electric bill and the phone bill and the insurance and all that online. So I leave all that in the bank, but everything else comes home. And that started in January.
Okay.
And I was able to save up until last week $485 in the first 18 days of January.
Congratulations.
Nice.
I was no, don't congratulate me yet, because let me tell you what I did.
People have no idea how much money they waste in a week.
You are exactly right.
Yeah.
You are exactly right.
Right there in your hand. Right. Nope. Right,
This,
right
oh,
here.
Poppy said that's a waste.
Massive way.
It's not a waste. It saves your life. But anyhow, I
Is it
forgot.
sexy?
Please be quiet. I'm trying to have a conversation, okay? So I forgot during all my saving and budgeting. I mean, I did for an entire week, I scoured our bank accounts to see where everything was going. And I was meticulous about writing down every single thing.
You were OCD on speed.
I really was. I got real obsessed with it. But I wanted to be sure that everything was correct, you know. I forgot that in January, our deductible starts over for our medical insurance. Well, that was a $500 kick in the ass.
That was more like a kick in the teeth.
I dropped Tuesday. My kids had doctor appointments. I dropped $300 in less than 30 seconds. $300 of the $485 I had saved. Then we had to go to the pharmacy, pick up their prescriptions to the tune of $45. Then we said, screw it, we're going to Subway and eating.
Who said screw it?
I did.
Okay.
Because I'm like, well, all my money's gone anyway. I might as well spend the rest of it.
Yeah. Don't want to be broke and hungry.
And I'm like, God dang it. You know, here I am trying to do something. I was doing so good. And because I forgot one thing, I'm back down to nothing.
Just called life.
And I was so mad at myself for forgetting that. But in my
how
defense,
handy was it that you saved it?
Right? Because we'd have been broke.
You didn't have to charge it.
Yeah, definitely. So, and I didn't. That's one thing. Me and Poppy are completely debt free. We might have a medical bill out there somewhere. But other than that, we are completely debt free. And when I say medical bill, I'm not talking about thousands. I'm talking about tens, maybe $80 here and there, whatever. Which can be, I think I do owe the clinic down the street about $30. So that's my debt. Okay. But I've decided one of these envelopes in here, these are called sinking funds. These are my sinking funds. And if you'll notice, the first one says what? Band.
Marching band.
Because I owe marching band a total of $840 by the end of March. But my goal is to get it paid by the 1st of March.
But you already paid them some today, so.
I paid them $200 today. Well, see, that $300 I dropped for the doctor appointment, I had saved specifically for band. So I was going to be able to give them $500 today, but I ended up giving them $200. The second envelope is for the new grandbaby.
No.
He don't need no money.
He will need money.
No, he has a daddy.
He will need presents from his grandparents.
And
then the second one is the new freezer that I want.
There you go.
And the fourth one is not labeled yet because those three were absolute priorities until Tuesday.
Truck.
This one right here is going to say
truck.
Deductible.
Truck.
I know we need one for the truck. I've got a whole list of about 15 funds that I need to fund.
We got 15 we got to take care of?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Maybe 20. It could be 20. Hand me my book.
Oh, no, I don't want to.
Look, I bought myself a budget book. I bought myself these 3 of these binders. This one is for sinking funds. This one's going to end up being for savings challenges. And the other one that's about to come is going to be for daily expenses like groceries. Hey, Patrick. What's going on? What?
Wouldn't it have been cheaper to buy a pack of paper and a 3-ring binder?
It probably would have been cheaper, but it wouldn't be cute and efficient. But see, this is my little savings challenge, Grumpus. It's $1,000 rainy day fund, and each one of those raindrops has a dollar amount on it. And when you finish coloring in all the raindrops by depositing the dollar amount on the raindrop, I'll have $1,000. And I've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 raindrops are colored in. And that happened in the last 2 weeks.
Nice.
How cool is that?
Nice. Yep.
Yeah. Patrick, if you're going to come up on the live stream, you must be shirtless. It's a rule now. DJ's created the trend.
Was followed.
Most men, wait, you didn't do it.
Well,
You wait for the grand finale.
Oh, is that what it is?
The amount of hair I got, I don't know if anybody wants to see that.
Poppy's all fuzzy, yeah.
Yeah,
And half
well,
30 gray.
Wesley, on the oval saturated light, so you can't see the hair on my.
Oh, I see some of it. But see, I'm an old lady. I know what to look for.
Just what Patty Joe said.
Nakedness was always going to happen at some stage on this.
Either naked cooking or naked gardening or.
Hey, maybe I get lots of views if I do naked cooking.
But
I don't want to do that.
But you could burn your boobs. Or
I know. Hot
maker.
grease will pop up on me.
Don't fry no bacon.
Oh, God, no.
That would stink.
Jeez.
Have little
Wait
red
a
dots all
minute.
over you.
Okay, Patrick, what is 23,975?
That is awesome. Awesome, Marcel.
Is that what she got on the views that she got on that one video?
So far, I've been watching it all
Oh
week.
my
It's
God.
nuts.
That is amazing.
That's crazy.
We got stars born.
I know, right? Before long, she'll be making a bunch of money, and she'll be. Don't
I'll be
forget
telling
the
people
little
I knew
people,
Marcel back when.
Yeah, but
And don't forget where you came from, my dear.
yeah,
I am so happy for her, though. I'm telling you what,
I am too.
that's a thing. That's
been
only
watching-
happened to me once, but not near to that extent.
yeah, same. Like I have 2 videos
Mm-hmm.
over 1,000 views.
Yeah. And what are they? Do you know which ones they are?
Yeah, give me a second to pull it up because
Yeah.
they weren't the ones that I was trying to get that much on, but it just happened.
Right. Oh, she says, I need money, so bring it on. And she loves all of us. Patrick said, please make plenty of dollars. Yes, please. Because Patrick needs that tree house.
Treehouse.
Yeah, he's going to build a tree house in Marcel's big oak tree in her front yard and live in it.
Oh.
Yeah. So I wonder if there's a legal way to live in a tree house.
Yeah. There's these multi-million-dollar tree houses these people
Get rid
build.
of that fool. Get rid of that one, honey.
Okay.
Yes, Patrick said yes, the treehouse. And if she makes money, she can afford to send more care packages to Patrick.
It's not letting me do crap.
It's not letting.
Solid.
Yes, dear.
I just share my screen if you want to pop it up. I have the videos.
Give me 1 second, dear.
Okay.
Share.
Report.
There it is. Okay, let's look at this, you guys.
Alright, I may have to zoom in more. Give me a second.
Okay, dear. I'm not on my own channel.
What? You're a dork.
Never mind.
Just a minute. She'll be back in a minute.
No, I'm here. I'm just.
No.
Hey, Laura, how are you
This is what I
today?
see.
What do you see? I'm sharing his screen.
Oh, okay.
Good grief,
I
Poppy.
thought you hit the wrong stinking button.
Get with the program, Poppy. You got to know how this works.
Come on.
Could you see those numbers at all?
I will once I get on my bigger computer. Hang on. Give me 1 second, dear.
Okay, take time.
Okay.
If you need me to read them, I will.
If you could make them a little bigger, I could probably see. Is it 16? Oh, Lord, I can't. I just can't.
Okay, 1 second.
Here we go. That's about the Caillou. Is it the one about Caillou having cancer?
Yes.
It is?
It's
Yeah.
1600.
1680? 1600?
1600.
Yeah.
And do you see the one below?
Underneath it? 1019?
Yep.
And which one is that?
It's Chalk Zone.
Oh, okay, Chalk Zone.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that one, DJ.
It's a Nickelodeon show
Okay.
that was on in the early 2000s.
Okay.
So your kids might have been grown and done with Nickelodeon by then.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay. That's pretty awesome.
but
I
yeah,
thought one video, one of my videos has over, I believe it's over 15,000 now. I believe.
nice.
But it's old. I mean, it's taken 2 years for it to get there. So, if all of them take 2 years to get that many views, I'm good. I'm good with that.
Yep.
But Patrick says, DJ, I have to ask, why are you shirtless? Brother and Grumpus, why aren't you shirtless?
Okay. The reason why I'm shirtless, Patty, is because I didn't feel like putting one on today. That's why. And
He used to show up on Pia's lives all the time, shirtless. It was great.
And but I bet they will show us Lazarus since I was on Miscast Entertainment.
But it's fine. I've got time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Been doing it for about 4 years now, so not a big deal. I mean, if anyone really had problem with it,
Right.
they would tell me. At least I hope they would. So I'm not hearing any complaints for solid right now. So I'm guessing I'm good to go.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess you're fine, DJ. We love you enough. We'll deal with it. Look, if I had just met you and you showed up, I would have immediately turned you off.
Yeah.
I would have said, nope, we're not doing that today.
And
But
I get that if it was my first time here.
right.
It's,
But we know you, and
it's not, you know me. I mean, it's not any worse than what I have.
right.
The,
Yeah, you should have been here, Patrick. Grumpus showed up shirtless, and we all nearly lost our crap.
Yeah, I thought I was going to
It was
break
like
the
we
internet.
started laughing, couldn't even stop.
yeah.
Is this being filmed in 4K? I don't think so. Nope. No 4K here. Now, if you want me to turn my camera around backwards, I can probably get 4K. but then I won't be able to see anything. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grumpus had to button his shirt up. It was, pretty funny. I can't believe you show up shirtless and then you put yourself off the camera so you can button it all up.
I didn't want to break the internet.
That cracked me up.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Oh, come on. Why am I checking my internet connection? My internet connection's fine. Shut up, computer. Shut up. Paste. Why? Why is this happening to me?
It's all the pretty buttons you keep
I know. Believe me, I know.
What does this one do?
So stinking frustrating. I've got to get a new computer, y'all. That should be my next savings challenge.
Well, some of that stuff is operator error.
Okay. Anybody who's in the chat, Patrick included, if you want to come on up here after you get your makeup on and all that stuff, go ahead and click the link, okay? It's been a while since I posted a link, so I figured I'd throw it out there so they didn't have to scroll through and try to find it.
Right here.
Where? Well, I know, but see what it says? It says having trouble connecting. Please check your internet connection, and it's all grayed out right here. So I put another one up there because I didn't think it posted.
Let me go see if the device is pointed to the
And
kitchen.
actually, it didn't. Oh, yeah, it did. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
So, what are you guys doing on your channel lately? Same as me?
As the brothers said, posting.
Well, I know you changed your name to Cartoon Universe.
Took his clothes off.
You took your clothes off. You,
I don't do that on my channel.
You don't do that on your channel?
No,
Oh, you know what other people's things do.
You got a classy channel.
You're asking me what I'm doing on my channel.
Right. Yes, I did. I did. I stand corrected. Laura, Grumpus Laura wants to know if you've had any snow. It has been cold. What's your temperature tonight, Grumpus?
Let me look here. It's 39 right now.
Yeah? What are we?
It was 30 last night.
Yeah, we got down to 29. Was it 29?
30 something last
night. 30 something. It was, let me tell you what though.
It is 30 right now.
It's 30 right now. Okay. It's supposed to get down to 27 tonight.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I know. Yeah.
But the first thing I did this morning, even though it was in the low 30s, almost like whatever, I took the dog out in a pair of shorts and I'm like, meh. It wasn't that bad.
Well, it's because the wind stopped blowing. Yesterday, the wind was blowing nonstop. And
It was also raining and all that kind of stuff.
Oh my goodness, it's Jules. Hey, Jules. How are you doing, my dear?
It's hot where she's at. It's 8 degrees.
It's 8 degrees there. Hot diggity.
She needs to put her shorts and a t-shirt on.
The coldest I've ever felt, y'all, is 12 degrees. And I never want to feel that again. Ever.
I have been out where it's so cold you had to wear goggles or your eyeballs would freeze open.
No.
Yeah.
I don't ever feel that.
It hurt. It was painful.
And that's why I'm doing all this budgeting stuff, because when it's time to retire, me and Poppy are going to chase the weather.
Sound like a
We're
great
going to
thing.
chase it down to the Keys?
When it's hot as fire down here in South Mississippi, we're going to go up north.
Okay.
And hang out where it's dry and cooler. And then in the wintertime, we're going to come back.
Ooh, we can go to Nova Scotia.
Oh, my God. At Jules's house, it was -12 this morning.
Yeah, no, we're not going to her house.
I hope that you were inside with your fireplace on, watching it be -12 degrees outside, because that's what I'd have been doing.
Unless there's snow outside, then you go play in it.
Oh, you know what? It's 48 degrees at Marcel's house.
Huh. She's
Right
doing better
now.
than us.
Huh.
Yeah, tonight is supposed to actually get down to 49 here.
49. Look,
Look,
DJ, I was worried about you the other day when I saw Ryan Hall, y'all talking about the tornadoes in Fort Myers.
yeah.
But I saw that it hit a trailer park,
Yeah.
which,
I would tell, like, I've slept through those tornadoes, like,
slept through them.
-1 Celsius.
yeah, like, they have been at 7 a.m. from what my friend told me, and I only woke up at, like, 10, so, yeah.
Well, -1 Celsius is just under 32. So it's I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. I'm thinking it's about 28-ish, 28, 29. I could be wrong. I'm going to find out. What's wrong with this phone?
You.
No, it's not me. Look, y'all. This is the phone that my daughter let me have. It's the Note 8. And I'm so tickled with it, but I got to learn how to work it before I can use it for my live streams. Because I really don't know. I'm not real comfortable yet. You know how when you change phones and you got to get used to everything again? That's kind of how I am with this.
Man, come on.
I'll tell you what, though. This little Moto Z that I've got has been the best phone. I love it. And I'm kind of sad that they don't make it anymore. It's the one that had the mods on the back. You could get a speaker for it. You could get a better camera for it. You could get all kinds of stuff. But, and it was kind of a trendy thing to buy at the time. But I enjoy it so much. And I think it has a fairly good video picture. The only problem I have is when I'm doing cooking videos, I have a really bright light in my kitchen. It's a fluorescent that sits above my head. So it puts this white spot right here on my forehead. And I don't know how to fix that.
Powder.
I've used powder, dear.
No, like movie set powder.
Oh my. Jules said baseboard heating sucks. I've never had baseboard heat.
Me neither.
No.
I told her to crank up the oven.
Mm.
Open the door and crank it up.
That always works.
And you can roast marshmallows too. It will be 53 here tomorrow, and tomorrow night will be 33.
Oh, okay. Grumpus, did you say you're using your smoker wood in your fireplace?
Yeah, it's all the same wood.
Yeah, but it's so much more expensive to do it that way. Look, cut down a tree.
It's green if you cut it down.
No, I mean, I'm burning oak. That's what they're selling at the side of the road. I just hate to hate to burn up my wood when
I
I see that needle on
understand.
the
I
top of it.
do. I do. I get that.
Yeah, because if we were burning up ours, we'd be burning cherry and other stuff like that.
Cherry, pecan. Yeah. Well, we had a pecan tree at our old house, and it was a small one. It wasn't even bearing fruit yet, but it was sitting on. We had a creek behind our house, and it was a really steep 6-foot drop into that creek, and the pecan tree was coming up out of the ground on that bank. So, and it was shading my garden. So it had to come out. And so we chopped it down, but we used that pecan wood for 2 or 3 years?
Yeah.
After that. And it would smell so good when we would burn that wood. I loved it.
We got about a cord out of it.
Yeah. It was a lot of wood.
But we had all those oaks that
and we learned, look, I had a 25-foot tall crepe myrtle in my backyard. It was my arch nemesis for years.
She hit the house with it.
I did. We cut it down one branch at a time. And let me tell you something. I could not wrap my arms around the trunk.
Wow.
It was enormous. And we cut it down one branch at a time. And I did end up hitting the house a couple of times, but I chopped that sucker down. And crepe myrtles are nothing but weeds. I know they're pretty when they're in bloom, but they're a messy tree. And when you cut them down, little shoots come up all over your yard.
My neighbor behind me has one, and it stops up my filters on my pond.
Yep.
I fight it all year.
Yep. I hate them. I hate crepe myrtle trees. But that being said, that one's dead.
Well, and about the same time, she found out that she's allergic to that when it burns.
That's what we learned, because Poppy was burning it off in the burn barrel, and I couldn't even be outside. It clogged up my nose.
Hey, Charlotte.
Everything. I mean, I was like completely clogged from here up for 3 solid days after we burned off that crepe myrtle tree. So now every time we cut one down, and there's one out here that we keep cut really short and almost to ground level. And of course, the new branches come up every year, so we have to cut those back. And I have to go far, far away from it because it makes me sick. What is it, DJ? What'd you say?
I'm gonna be getting off and going to bed. So,
all right, my dear. I'm so glad that you came on here and hung out with us for a little while.
Yeah, I'm glad I got the notification that you were on.
I am too.
Put some clothes on before you go to bed so you don't catch a cold.
Yeah, don't catch no cold.
I won't do it. But, yeah, I will talk to you soon. And, yeah, have a great night, guys. Bye.
You too. You too, my dear.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, DJ.
I cannot believe he showed up shortly.
I thought I can't let this go by.
Oh, that was great. That was so great. Oh my goodness gracious alive. Oh gosh. Okay, somebody said that you said that. How did I not know that was you? Kind of hard to snuggle up to a baseboard. That's funny. We have broiler heat in the building, and when it was negative 45°C with the wind chill.
Wind chill.
Wind chill. That was cool sleeping because 24 apartment using the heat. Using
24 apartments share the same boiler.
Oh.
Big buildings like that have like apartment buildings, they have a giant boiler in the basement, and that's usually oil fired, and they heat the water, and the water boils up through the system, and the steam rises to the top, and that's why they make all those weird noises, because the pressure rises through the building, creates all the heat. But if everybody in the bottom all the way to the top has theirs on high heat,
nobody gets any of it.
Everybody at the top screwed.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God. You know what? And you can tell I've never been in a really cold climate because, number one, I don't know how a boiler works, and I've never had baseboard heat, and all I've ever had is electric heat, a fireplace, and a stove. Because when I was a little girl, we had an oil heating stove in our house in Florida when I was a little girl. And I remember this, I have very few memories of my mother, but I do remember every time we would get out of the shower or bathtub when we were little kids, in the wintertime, she would lay the towels on the top of that oil furnace and warm them up so she could wrap us up in those towels.
You never bring me a towel.
No, I don't. So, you're not a little kid. But I do put the towels in the dryer for Murphy when he takes a shower in the morning.
For Murphy.
Yeah.
Everybody else gets the finger. Murphy gets a warm towel.
Well, you know he's the favorite.
I know.
Hang on a second. Murphy, are you in the living room? He went to bed.
You check on him?
I told him to go to bed at 11 o'clock, and he did. Yeah, go check on him, please.
See if he's passed out in the chair.
Oh, my goodness.
He might have passed out in the chair.
He's such an obedient little boy. See, that's why he's the favorite. It is. He don't backtalk me. He does what I tell him to. And he's quiet, which I really like.
Just a matter of time.
Oh, no. He didn't do what I told him to. He just made a liar out of me.
He fell asleep in the chair,
He
Mama.
fell asleep in the chair. Go to bed, sweetheart.
He is. I already talked to him.
Come here.
He just told whoever he was online with.
Uh-huh.
I'm asleep. Good night.
Come here, sweetheart.
And he just shut it down.
You tired? Good.
Yeah,
Come
he's
here.
tired. He was sleeping in the sinking chair.
Come here and give me a hug goodnight. I love you. Oh. Mwah. All right. Good night, sweetheart. Oh, he wants a hug from Dad.
I know. I'll be there in a minute. I got to tuck him in.
Oh, yeah. Okay. He's 13. Look, we still tuck in the 13 and 16-year-old kids.
Mm-hmm.
And they will holler from their bedroom, come tuck me in.
I'll get tucked in.
We're terribly indulgent parents. But I guess it's in the place that counts, you know? It is. It's in the place that counts. I don't mind tucking them in. Miss Charlotte, I'll try to join the panel in a bit. Love you guys. Okay, that is great, Jules. I can't wait. Patrick's in the basement.
Purgatory.
Lord have mercy, Patrick.
I mean, he's got his clothes on.
Hey, you've got all your clothes on. What happened?
Not from the waist down.
Oh.
And the same applies to my videos too, by the way.
Is that right?
Standing there in your boxers.
The only other person I've ever told is the dude.
Oh, I see. I see.
But now
He made a sweet no, was it the dude? Or was it Taz? One of them made the nicest comment on one of my videos recently, and I was so blown away. I was like, wow, that was just really nice. You know, you don't get uber nice all the time on YouTube, you know? And it was just so nice. And I can't remember if it was him or if it was Taz. It was probably Taz.
Well,
I love that channel.
I'm going to go tuck in the kid.
Taz Down Under, I really like his channel a lot.
He's a bit of a character.
He really is. But anyhow, let me look and see. I got to get caught up on these comments. Oh, Marcel said they just use a Duraflame inside and real wood outside. And sheet pine mixed with some oak for the fireplace. Save the good stuff for the smoker. Look, I don't like to put pine in my fireplace.
No, I generally don't.
It's too... Well, now, let me take that back. When we moved to our house, the other house, we had some trees that had been knocked over from Katrina when we first moved there. So we dug out one of the pine stumps. Now, mind you, this thing was like 4 or 5 years old when we bought the house. We dug that thing out, and that was the best lighter pine you have ever used in your life. It was just, you would light one of those little sticks, and it would catch that quick because it was coated in whatever that stuff is, sap or whatever it is. But that was some of the best lighter pine I've ever had in my house, and we used it little bits at a time till it was gone, and it took probably 10 years to use it all up. Because we were in, 9 years. We were in our house for 10. Our other house. But go to the neighbors, take some wood from them. See, that's what I do. In fact, when the, excuse me, the house that had the crackhead in it got sold. And we have new neighbors now. And they're about our age, and they're super quiet, and I love them. But they cut down that great big oak tree that was between our two properties. And if you've ever seen any of my garden videos, you'll see the big oak tree when I pan around the yard. But they took it out. Look here. Ever since they took that tree out, my chickens are laying gangbusters. I'm getting 4 and 5 eggs a day. It's amazing.
Fantastic.
And I'm so excited for the spring because I want to see how much better my food grows this year, because last year was a complete disaster. A lot of it was the weather, all the rain that we got, and just disease and pests. But this year I'm going to have sun, and I'm super excited to find out how it's going to go. But anyhow,
what are you doing with all the eggs?
Well, we're eating a lot of them, and we're giving a lot of them away. I give some to my daughter. I give some to my neighbor next door. God love her. They struggle. They're not in great shape.
Wow,
and her husband, I'm sorry?
Those eggs will help them. I wish I could. I love there's no comparison, is there?
No, not at all.
I mean,
no comparison at all.
Completely different.
And they're enormous. We tried to put them, okay, we had an 18 count carton, because we buy our eggs when we buy them from the grocery store in the 18 count, because we eat a lot of eggs. But we tried to put these eggs in the 18 count carton.
The large one.
And large. And they wouldn't fit. They were huge. And you couldn't close the lid because they were so big. Let me show you.
Oh, God, like dinosaur eggs.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you have anything to compare them?
I don't really have anything to compare them to, but check that sucker out.
Wow.
I've got an entire bowl of them, and this is just the past 3 days.
Yeah, 3 days.
It's insane.
Do you have how big are your hands, Charlotte?
Just regular size hens. I mean, there's nothing
I'm trying to get the scale of it.
How big are my hands? They're little kid hands. They're like a 12-year-old hand.
Well, here's a lighter.
Oh, here, wait. Here's a cigarette lighter.
Oh, wow.
And the thing is, look at the bottom of it.
Girth.
I can't even get my fingers around it. It's insane. Okay, don't anybody get ugly there. But I'm just saying, these eggs are freaking huge.
I'm feeling sorry for those chooks. I mean,
Yeah, no kidding.
Now see, look, I don't know if you can tell this or not, but this is a new layer, and it's not as big as the other ones. See the difference?
Yeah, much bigger. Yeah.
This is one that's a new layer, and when it gets practice, it'll get that big.
That other one's half as big again.
Yeah. It's just crazy though. I'm so tickled because most of these eggs are from those freeloading chickens that I almost got rid of because they didn't lay for like 13 months.
We even told them you're going to the Who's Cow.
They're making up time.
Well, I think too, a lot of it was the lighting situation, that chickens need light in order to lay. And I intentionally put them underneath the oak tree in the back so they wouldn't heat to death in the summertime.
Right.
So they would have some relief from the heat. Well, at least a little bit. And that was probably a mistake now that I'm in retrospect.
Why do I want these in front of me?
Well, I'll just go put them away then.
Do you ever get any double yolkers?
Yeah.
Yes, occasionally, but not. I used to have one chicken named Eliza. She was just a general red hen. That thing laid a double yoker about once a week. But she's gone now, so I don't have anymore. And these don't seem to lay as many double yoke. Now I do have another red one out there, and she's kind of new.
She's not like Eliza Jane, though.
No, she's not. I miss that chicken. That was the best chicken I had. But
I'll tell you a quick story about my father, who's no longer with us, unfortunately. But in his twilight years, we decided, because he was at home alone a lot, and no company or anything, and not really an animal lover of sorts. So I had the bright idea, maybe something that'll perk him up, is we'll get him a couple of chickens. and I'll look after them. I'll set it up for him and all of this, and it was all fine and good. They were fantastic, layers and the rest. But he wouldn't. This is the funny bit. He would not eat. He liked eggs, but he would not eat the ones from the chooks in the backyard. He would only eat the ones from the supermarket.
Are you serious?
I was so frustrated because they're so much better. But he wouldn't.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh no, I have a nut." But he would have the ones from the supermarket.
Well, what did he do with them? Did he just let the chickens eat them?
No, I ate them. Are you kidding me? If he didn't want them, I took them. It was great for me, but I just.
Yeah.
But he couldn't. He knew.
Couldn't wrap his head around eating the egg out of the backyard, huh?
They've come out of that chicken's bum.
Well, so did the other one.
But he couldn't. He didn't. I don't know what it was. It was bizarre. Unbelievable, my old man.
That's amazing.
He was a crusty old Scotsman.
What year was he born?
Oh, 30 in the 30s. 35.
In the 30s?
Yeah.
And he was a Scotsman, huh? From Scotland? Yeah. A Scotsman from Scotland? Or a Scotsman in Australia?
Yes, he was from Scotland. Yeah. Wow. They moved out. He lived here for 50 years.
I thought that in Scotland that it was quite normal for people to have livestock of some sort from birth.
My father wasn't normal. Can't you tell already? I mean, anyway, why would you say, I'll have this? I mean, insane. I mean, honestly, it was just the stupidest thing. And I thought, he wouldn't even touch it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't. Oh no, he turned his nose up. But then isn't
that crazy?
But those. I tell you what, the first time I had a fresh laid egg, it changed my life. I just couldn't believe how good it was.
It's really an amazing difference. It really is.
I mean,
the only problem that I have with
the pan and it stands up and it's like
it doesn't
out,
flew out all over the place once we get the chickens their own little yard to go walk around and scavenge for bugs in, because right now they are only in the coop, and that's coming very soon, is having a chicken yard. I just want to make sure that they're protected from the hawks and the predators, because I don't want to lose my chickens. So we need an actual safe yard for them to go in. And but once they are, the yolks get very dark orange when they're scavenging for their own food. Because right now we're just feeding them, chook food and
chicken scraps or kitchen scraps
and things like that, and whatever they find on their own out there in their coop, as far as bugs and things like that. But I know a lot of free range chickens, which is kind of what mine were. They were free range in my yard, and they had the darkest orange yolks, and the shells were like concrete. You'd have to, they were hard shells.
Yeah.
Well, on the other ones, we cheated. We would buy the bag of oyster shells. We would give them probably a bag a month.
We probably should get some for these.
And also, when they were out scavenging and doing their thing, we had a bag of scratch we would throw out.
Mm-hmm. And the mealworms
corn,
too.
Yeah.
I buy them mealworms, and they're dehydrated mealworms, and you can buy them by the bag. And so I throw those out there. They go berserk over those mealworms. It's insane. And every time I find a critter in the garden, like if I find a hornworm eating my tomato bushes, I'll take it off and throw it into the chicken coop for them. And I love my chickens. I do. I love them. And honestly, I'd rather have a chicken than a poodle.
Oh, absolutely. Any day.
No, not a little tiny ankle-biting poodle, but like a full-size, big old monster.
Yeah, we used to have.
When's the last time a poodle made someone a lunch or breakfast?
Right? That's what I'm talking about, Patrick. It's the pet that gives back.
But when was the last time a chicken attacked somebody because they were coming after you?
No, that's true.
Well,
actually, that is something that is going to go in the savings fund for next year. I think next year we're going to get probably the last dog we'll ever have. Because when you get to a certain age, and this is crazy. When I was young, I would get a pet and I'd take care of it forever till it was gone, and then I'd get another one. But now I'm old, and I'm like, okay, how many years do you think I can live? Am I going to outlive my pet? And that is a crazy dynamic right there. It's a crazy flip of judgment and the way you look at the world. But I've just decided now that I turned 56 a month ago.
Geezer.
Time is no longer on my side.
Well, you get a
hard reality to accept.
Yeah, it is. It's very difficult.
Get an old dog, the next one.
Well, and that is an option. Get a rescue.
You could have about 10 of them.
Right.
No, you're so mean. You'd probably be like that one Indian that I just read about. He lived to be 123 years old.
Mm.
They say the good die young. That will not be me.
You'll be 200 then.
My great grandmother, who I had until I was 28 years old. I mean, she was in my life. She was 85 when she passed, but she beat non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, was in remission still when she died, 18 years after contracting it. She had her leg amputated from bad circulation. She was not diabetic. She just, the circulation stopped and they had to take it off.
Mm-hmm.
She had 2 strokes and was still mean as a hornet.
So that's where you get it.
But she was such a fighter. And she had a will to live that was unfreaking believable. Mm. And I say to myself sometimes, if I am 1/4 the determined, willful woman that she was, I've got it made.
They were a tough breed back then.
They were.
They were tough as nails.
Right. And she was born in 1906.
None of this feeling sorry for themselves rubbish.
Right. And my other her daughter, my actual grandmother, she was not as tough as nails as the old lady was. But she had an amazing work ethic. And that woman went to work every day of her life until, she did retire. I believe she was 62 when she retired. And I think her thinking was that she knew she didn't have a lot of time left, and she didn't. I mean, she passed at 67. But she knew she wasn't as tough as her mom. And she was probably sick at that point, and nobody knew it. But anyhow, she was a woman who persevered through a lot of things, and I just hope I have a lot of the other one in me. Of course, I know I got her attitude, don't I, Poppy?
Yeah, you do.
Unfortunately, Poppy was never able to meet her. I wish he could have. I really wish he could have. She'd have loved him. Boy, she hated every guy I ever brought home. Come on, Marcel, come on up, my dear. This will be fun.
You guys are before.
Hey, dear.
Yeah.
You're not topless? Come on, Marcel.
No.
Come on.
I am not.
She's got a reputation to live up to now.
I do.
No, right?
I'm not wearing socks.
See, and if she ever goes back to being an attorney, she can't have this on public display.
Right?
Yeah.
Why would Marcel? What, Marcel? You would never do that because you're going to make a squillion fortune.
You're going to make a huge fortune on YouTube.
Guys,
you don't even have to ever work again.
Listen, I'm the theme. I'm not wearing socks. Okay.
We've got to get you merchant. You got to get some merchandise.
That's acceptable.
Marcel, you need some merch.
I am working. You know what? I actually am working on merch.
Oh, good. What are you going to send me?
It's going to be really foo-foo stuff.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Did you say girly foo-foo stuff?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's girly foo-foo. Like, I'm thinking little mugs with little sayings on them and stuff like that. It's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry. Patrick, did you get any of the smoke and ash and blast and
hate and discontent?
Hate and discontent and storm surge, or not storm surge, tidal wave, tsunami from the Tonga explosion?
That was a long list. Can we go through it one at a time?
Any side effects from Tonga? No, you didn't get anything?
No. Because the Weather Channel just posted something saying that the blast from that underwater volcano was that equal to or greater than a nuclear blast.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm feeling better about a nuclear bomb going off then. Bugger all.
Yeah. Now that pretty much ruined your day too, though. I mean,
what was that movie they made? It was an old Gregory Peck. It's a great movie. I'll think of it in a minute. Gregory Peck and someone else, and it's shot in Australia, and it's about that topic. Like there's been a nuclear holocaust, and Australia's the last country. They're all just waiting to die, basically, because the storms come.
Is that the one where they were on the submarine and they thought they were getting a Morse code from the U.S.? Yeah, I've seen that one. That was a great movie.
What's that? What is that called? I'll have to look it up.
Hang on. Let me look it up.
It's really
Gregory
good.
Peck, Doomsday Movie, go.
Yeah, the whole psychological thing that they all go through, just knowing, that it's and they're trying to make the best of it, and there's no way out,
Yeah, they're just waiting for the fallout to come.
Is it called On the Beach?
No,
that's the one.
It is?
Is it? Yes, it is. Because there's a submarine right there.
It's really interesting for me too, because a lot of the scenes are shot in Melbourne, where I live.
Right where you live.
Back then, and it's weird seeing the city, 30
the way it was in 59.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Are you able to recognize some of the landmarks?
Oh yeah. The big infrastructure is still there, but just the whole look of the place,
Ava Gardner was the woman in the movie.
That's right.
So good.
You can get that movie for free on YouTube. I think I'm going to watch it.
If you haven't seen it, watch it. Well, it's not.
I haven't seen it.
What's it called again?
On the Beach. With Gregory Peck and Ava Gardner.
Yeah, I think I've seen every submarine movie ever made.
And Fred Astaire.
Oh, and Fred Astaire too?
Fred Astaire was in it. Yeah, he's had a really big role in it.
Oh, wow.
Good movie.
Yeah, they came all the way to the United States to try to find out who was sending that Morse code. They sent one guy to go find it, and he was taking his radiation medicine and everything. Come to find out, a Coke bottle had fallen over, and it was...
That's right.
What?
Yeah.
So they went all the way over there for nothing, and that guy, he's like, well, I'm contaminated, I'm staying. I'm out.
Wow.
Oh, my.
Scary stuff.
This review says a gloomy film, but Ava at her best.
Oh, I think they were all at their best. If you just had...
Probably.
Gloomy. I didn't find it gloomy. It was
you
done...
Didn't?
Well, I mean...
yeah.
It's how you. It's. I mean, if you put yourself in the character's shoes, they were admirable because they were all just trying to
survive. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
They knew they were all going to die.
Right.
So they just. It was.
So
really,
they knew they were doomed, and they were just.
if you put yourself in their shoes, you start thinking, well, how would you be? I mean, if you knew, say it was a month or something, what would you do? If you knew you were going to die in a month,
Right.
what would you do with the month? What would you do with your time?
And the movie's real good about it. They show everybody freaking out. Then they're like, well, oh well. They go back to normal. They go back to doing the normal daily everything.
Yeah.
I would like to think that if I had a month to live, I would be able to go see some things I've never seen that I really want to see. Like Yellowstone Park. Like a castle in Scotland.
I was hoping you were going to say you were going to do a few more videos.
A few more videos, yeah.
I'd run up every charge card I got.
Oh, look. Yes. If I was going to die in a month, we'd be doing naked videos and crazy drunk parties and all kinds of stuff. It'd be amazing. I might even, I don't know. There's no telling what I'd do because I'd lose my mind.
There was before you go and do that, Grumpus, you probably got stories there too. There's a guy here some guy in Australia who got diagnosed with terminal cancer or something and went and spent sold his house, spent everything, maxed his credit cards out, and then they got back to him and said, sorry, it was a false diagnosis. You're fine.
You're good to go.
There's nothing wrong with him. And he's lost everything. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I think he might have ended up killing himself. Something like that.
That's horrible.
Wow.
Yeah, because he was in that much debt. He just maxed everything out. And spent his whole life saving, sold his house, everything. Because I'm going to live it up while I can, Sorry, mate.
Well, that's kind of how I would feel, but I don't have anything to... I don't know.
Make sure you really are going to die.
Yeah, I might want to get a second opinion.
Well, and I would want to take my kids with me, but I don't think I could stand being with them for a whole month.
I'd get a third opinion.
All of the kids.
All 7 of them?
Well, I would want to, hang out with each of them.
All 7 of them. That's so funny.
I don't think I could handle all 7 of them and their husbands and what. Y'all, my son got married.
Oh, right.
My son got married.
He just had a courthouse wedding.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, this is a funny story. He's been married before. He got married when he was, 19 or 20?
Something dumb like that.
He got married, joined the Army, and left for boot camp. Told no one.
Well, nobody.
That he got married?
All of it. All of it. Told none of us. Told none of us. My son, his brother, who lives in Jacksonville with him, or in the same vicinity, get rid of that. He apparently decided that I needed to know what happened. So he calls me, tells me what happened, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So I start calling my son's phone to try to find out why in the world he didn't tell me what was going on. I mean, it's not like we're estranged from each other, And I caught him as he was on his way to boot camp on the bus at a rest area. And they had stopped to take a break. And he answers his phone. And I said, what the hell is going on? I just heard this, and this. Yeah, it's true. I'm on my way to boot camp now. I'll have to talk to you later because they're rushing me and I got to go. Bye. I said, let me tell you something. Before you hang up, the next time I see you, you're getting a punch in the mouth. This is unacceptable.
And he has not come to see us yet.
How long
his mama's going to punch him in the mouth.
However,
how long ago was that?
That was 4.5 years ago.
Oh, snap.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Now, he calls me about once a month or two, but he has not come here in 4.5 years.
Ooh, I know.
And now they had a courthouse wedding, or basically a backyard wedding, with a
Justice
of the Peace. And but they're going to have a real wedding on the 2nd of April that they want us to go to.
That's cool.
No, not going.
No.
Well, that's a long story, but the wedding is going to be at one of his father's properties in the backyard. Do I tell this all or just a little bit?
A little bit.
Okay.
Leave a lot to the imagination because it's bad.
His father has this property that he calls the party house. And he charges admission to this party house. And there's a lot of swapping going on.
Oh.
What do you mean by that, Charlotte?
I'm not telling you what I mean by that.
Like
Sure.
recipes?
I'm sure you can figure it out.
Just leave it
Is
to
this
your
sort of like
imagination.
Rumpus without his shirt on or something?
Kind of like that. Naked Twister, that kind of stuff.
Jello shots.
Like that, eh?
And I'm not going. I'm not.
Could you email me the address of the place?
I have the address if you'd like it,
I wouldn't mind.
but I'm not going to post it publicly.
No, email me.
So is it a general cover charge or is it a la carte?
I'm not sure. I think it's anything goes. But I'm not participating in any of that. And I don't, the biggest thing is this man threatened to kill me more than once. I had to run for my life to get away from him. I am not going to this wedding to be on his turf.
But who is the guy? I'm losing the story here.
This is my son's father.
Oh, so your ex?
What? We
I
got
see.
one of the
Right.
older children from an ex-husband.
Yes.
I see now. Yeah.
I never married him. Thank
Oh,
God.
sorry.
Right.
But-
So your son's having the wedding at this bloke's house.
At this location, and
It's
I
a
will not go because
it's a
I'm not going to be on. If it was more neutral turf, I would probably go.
Like at a church?
What?
Like,
Why is he having it there?
well, because he has no money, and
He's got a
Dad-
baby coming, and
Dad is doing this for him and his new bride, and I think it's great that Dad's doing it for him. But I just don't want to. I
That's
can't
fair.
go. I can't go. I just
So
can't.
obviously he's
Wait,
got
is
money.
he no longer in the military?
No, he's not in the
he
military.
didn't make it through boot camp.
Oh.
No, my son got pneumonia in boot camp,
Okay.
and they discharged him.
Mhm.
Well, Poppy thinks that's hockey puck. That's his story. That's all I know to tell.
Yeah, because when I was in boot camp, everybody was sick, and almost everybody in my push graduated.
Yeah, but it took him months to recover from that. Apparently, I can't say one way or another. I don't know if it's the truth or not. Poppy says it's not, but that's, like I said, that's what he told me, and that's my story for now.
Does your ex still live in Virginia?
No, he
Or
lives
Florida?
in Jacksonville,
In Florida?
Florida. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. And when I met,
Yeah.
basically, I left Florida to get away from him.
That.
Yeah.
I moved 45 minutes up the road to Georgia and got a job and was super happy. And 3-4 months later, I met this guy. And the rest is history.
That's almost 21 years ago.
I know.
Actually, it is over 21
It's
years
over.
ago.
June will be 22 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh,
If
that's
only
awesome,
I'd met-
guys.
But on
if
Groundhog Day will be 21 years that we've been married.
Yeah. What'd you say, Patrick?
Well, if only I'd met Wesley before you did, Charlotte.
I know. You could have had a great partner.
I missed out, didn't I?
You did. You missed out so much.
Not so
Handyman
much
and
for you,
all.
I think you're the one that got lucky there, Wesley.
I did.
Pixel.
I did. Honest. Hey, Tia. There's Pia. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in forever.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. My dog
Yes.
is my dog's asking to go outside.
Okay.
Yes, mine.
But anyhow, my point is I cannot participate.
Have a dog.
I cannot be on that man's turf. I don't want to be anywhere in the same room with him because I'll throw up.
You shouldn't have to make excuses. Your family knows.
No. Now that I understand that,
And they all know.
Yeah.
And, my daughter tried to talk me into going, and she said, Mom, if we all show up, the best revenge is happy, all show up together. And I said, I can't do it. I just can't. I don't live there anymore. I don't live there in my head anymore. I'm not giving him any free rent up here. And I'm happy. My life is good now. And I just can't do it.
Can't go back.
no.
Unacceptable.
And, the whole time that we were co-parenting these children to some degree, once I moved to Mississippi, I never gave him my address. I didn't want him to know where I lived. I didn't want him anywhere near my home and these other two kids because he's just a deviant,
Bad person.
sick, evil individual. And honestly, I was with him for 7 years, and I'm not even sure how it all happened. It was just crazy. And it was like that part of my life, I went berserk or something. And then one day I woke up and went, oh God, how do I get out of this hell? And it took me 2 years to get out of that hell.
Run away.
There's a lot of people that never get out.
That's true. That's
A
true.
lot of
Or they
us
get
don't
out in a body bag,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And thankfully I didn't. I know you've been busy, Pia. I've been watching your videos and you're doing an amazing job. I love them because I'm learning how to TikTok. Pia teaches a lot of this technology online and certain apps and certain things like that. And what happened to where'd he go? Where'd Shirt Boy go?
Shirt Boy.
Oh, he's still.
He probably needs a beer.
No, he dropped off.
Maybe his internet link
That's
was
okay.
crap.
When he comes back, we'll get him. We'll get him back. Aha! There he is. There he is. Okay. But anyhow, so what I'm going to do instead of going to the wedding is he's also expecting the new grandbaby, and that baby is due somewhere between the end of June and beginning of July. And when the baby comes, we are going to go and meet the new grandbaby and the new daughter-in-law and do the whole family thing then.
There you
Alone with
Yeah.
him.
Be like, hey, how you doing? Goodbye.
Oh, Pia, that's wonderful. I'm so glad to know that. I did not get a notification, and that's weird. Pia has a podcast called The Swedish Fika, and she talks about all things Swedish, and it's really, really I have learned so much from this podcast, and it's interesting to me. So if you're interested, go ahead and check it out, because I think, well, I like learning stuff. That's
Have
just
you learned
my
any
thing.
Swedish recipes?
No, I've not learned Swedish recipes. She doesn't talk about cooking. She talks about the culture.
Well, food's part of every culture.
Well, it is. Hey,
After-
there's an idea, Pia. Talk
Food.
about food.
We like food, Pia.
But I enjoy her podcast a lot. Anyhow, so yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to the new grandbaby. I'm probably not going to be able to be in that child's life near as much as I am Millie and Oliver, because they live 4 miles down the street from me. But I'm
The other one
still
is 7
kind of
hours.
I'm still kind of excited. It'll be fun. 3 grandchildren. I am not old enough to have 3 grandchildren.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Actually, technically, you'll have 4.
Yes, technically I will have 4, because his new wife has a 4-year-old little girl.
There you go.
So I just inherited 2 grandchildren. Oh my God.
Well, my wife found out about 3 weeks ago she's going to be a great grandmother.
What?
She's having a real hard time wrapping her head around that.
That's amazing.
Ain't no big deal. I know how it works.
Oh, Pia said she'll talk about food when it comes to specific holidays.
Okay. Right on.
Okay, awesome. Patrick keeps dropping off. There must be an issue on his end.
Probably tsunami.
Probably. Finally, it hits.
The earthquake has finally hit.
You know, I don't know if you guys saw the video from that volcano, underground volcano. That was that was crazy. Okay, who's playing porn music? Grumpus, is that you?
Well, this would be
Like the 1970s.
How many is that now, Marcel? Is that like half the bottle?
I am 3/4 of the way. They're still
okay.
Yeah, but I started. Probably started drinking this around 9 o'clock.
Oh, well, that's not bad. My goodness. You're nursing it right along.
I nurse it. But
that's what I do a lot too.
Yeah.
This is only one of those little miniature bottles. I'm still not finished with it.
You put a nipple on it?
Oh.
Because you're milking it.
Look.
Put it in a sippy cup for you next time.
Okay, where's Shirt Boy? Okay. Add him back. Oh, he's gone. Hello? Hello?
Patrick.
I'm just taking my shirt off.
Oh, okay, great.
No, I wouldn't subject you all to that.
Psych.
Have a look at this. Has anyone heard of that before? Can you see it? Where is it?
Back it up just a little bit. There.
Oh,
I've heard of
Tamarian black garlic. I've never heard of that. What is it? Black garlic.
I've seen black garlic.
Oh, Tasmanian. Okay.
It's basically. I haven't opened it yet, but it's like. Actually, maybe I'll. No, I won't. I'll say it because I'm going to do a video on it.
Okay. Is it dehydrated or is it?
Yeah, I think sort of. Yeah, but it takes a while. It takes like a month or two. But I saw this on Passion for Food. That's my friend Graham's channel. I don't know if you're familiar with that. And he did a whole video on how to do it, and then he's going to do recipes on it. He's done like some ravioli dish that looked delicious, but I thought I've got to try that.
Yeah.
So next you can put with truffles.
You'll have to let us know the strength of that. You know, as far as how pungent it is and how much flavor it adds.
I've heard it's very, very flavorful.
Yeah.
I'm kind of jealous right now. You know that?
So
you know what I want to do that I've never done is I want to roast a whole head of garlic. I've actually never done that. So
you've never done that?
Because I keep my cheater jar of the pre-minced garlic around all the time. So I very rarely actually buy garlic anymore.
Right.
Oh my God. You've got to do it.
Well, I think I'm going to do it where you get it and you slice the top off and put a little olive oil and roast it. And then you just kind of take the pulp out of each little pod. And I've heard it's super good.
Just spread it like butter.
Yeah, you can just squeeze it on the bread and eat it.
I'll tell you what the best thing to do with it is. You do that, but get several bulbs, get a lot, and then squeeze them into a pan with some olive oil and just toss some pasta through it.
Mm.
Oh, it sounds delicious. But I'm not a huge fan of pasta.
I like pasta sometimes. We get cravings.
I'm serious. It's never been my favorite. And I'll avoid it. If there's something else to eat, I will get the something else.
So of the holy trinity of carbs, what are your favorite between rice, pasta, and potatoes?
Rice.
Probably rice.
Potatoes.
It'd be delicious in rice.
I like potatoes.
Yeah.
just make some rice and squeeze the
garlic into it. And I love potatoes too. Honestly, I really, really enjoy potatoes.
Put it in mashed potatoes.
Oh yeah.
I definitely put garlic in my mashed potatoes.
Poppy makes about the best mashed potatoes I've ever eaten. Truly. Always good.
What about you, Grumpus? Your favorite carb?
Yeah, what about you, Grumpus?
My favorite carb? Got to be potatoes.
Yep, got to be potatoes. I'm telling you, we eat a ton of potatoes around here, especially baked potatoes, because it's like the only surefire vegetable both my kids will eat. We eat so many baked potatoes around here.
You know what's funny is my kids will eat raw carrots and raw celery. And that's about the only vegetables they'll eat.
No, Murphy both kids like it when I roast the potatoes in the oven.
Yes, they do like roasted potatoes.
But they got to be kind of crispy. They don't want them soft and golden.
Right.
They want crunchy.
And they will not touch mashed potatoes.
Murphy said he liked.
My kids love mashed potatoes.
Today. I think it's a new thing.
It might be a new thing.
Or he's just full of poo.
He could be.
I could list it off like the Forrest Gump menu with potatoes. We got tater tots. We got French fries.
Oh yeah.
Potatoes.
Right.
No, my kids are potato eating people.
And the thing, mine will eat French fries. They'll eat. Oh, Pia, it was good to see you too, and I hope you can come back next time.
And looking forward to your food.
Yes, we're looking forward to the food podcast. Valentine's Day's.
So I've got Pia.
So Grumpus,
thank you so much.
Grumpus, you would have to be sort of a bit careful with the carbs, wouldn't you? Because of your physique, having the shirt off all the time.
Well, I try to stay in shape.
Yeah, you want the low carbs.
Round is a shape still, right?
It is a shape. I'm here to tell you, it is definitely a shape.
It sounds good to me, Grumpus.
So I needed to do some sit-ups before I go taking my shirt off.
Okay, look, guys. Look at those beautiful They're sunflowers.
Ooh.
How big did those get?
Like
a regular sunflower?
The blooms reach 4 to 6 inches across. Yeah.
Those be interesting.
Wow.
It's called chocolate cherry sunflowers. Now look at this. I've never seen a sunflower, and I'm so excited to grow this one. But I've never seen one like it ever. It's lavender with a gold center.
Cool.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing? It's called Astra Rose Cream Sunflower.
But normally when she grows sunflowers, it's the kind that are really, really tall, about 6+ feet tall, yellow, and the bloom is the size of a dinner plate.
Yes. Yeah. And I've got some of those seeds out there. I just, the past few years, I've really gotten a lot of enjoyment out of the red sunflowers. I love them. And so I bought
special to keep them from falling over. The big ones?
Keep the squirrels away.
Well, I mean, I've tried them before, but they get about halfway done and they fall over.
That's weird.
I've never really done anything special. Now, when we have like a really bad storm or something, I know this sounds crazy, but I'll take them all and kind of collectively tie them all together.
Okay, yeah.
With something really loose, like maybe a string of yarn or something. Mm-hmm. So it gives them, they can sway a little bit, but they don't get slammed to the ground. And I do as many as I can that are close enough to do. But really with those great big ones like that get 10, 12 feet tall, I mean, there's not really any stakes that you can use that are that tall. I mean, I've got 2x2s here, but they're only 8 feet long. So, and 2 feet of it needs to go on the ground at least, to keep it from going over. Just a lot of luck. Now I do try to plant them either against something, or I try to plant them where they're out of the main wind flow through the yard. Yes. I do try to do that. But yeah.
Well, we have staked them in the past when we do nasty
so
storms
good.
coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I might have to try them again. Maybe put them up against the
Put them up against your house or a fence or something.
But also some of her big ones, when they're growing.
Oh my God!
The stalk will almost be as big around as this
huge.
bottle. They're stupid big.
Yeah.
You pull them out, you got to shake the snot out of them because they got so much dirt.
Well, and some of them you can't even pull out. You just have to cut them at the bottom and let the roots decay in the ground. So it just depends. They have a really long taproot, and also they really grab the ground pretty good.
Yeah.
I know one year I grew what? Oh God, I had at least 20 of them. The big ones. Oh, he kicked himself off again.
That trick.
Good grief.
That's my trick.
So do you grow them just for the looks, or you harvest the seeds or anything?
I don't harvest the seeds. I just let the birds have them.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Mainly, that's what I do with them. And either the birds. Well, that one year that I grew all of those, there was probably 20 or 25 of them in my yard. And as soon as the flower heads started coming out, the squirrels climbed them. And as the squirrels would climb, they would fall over.
Break them.
Halfway, every single one of them was broken over halfway. And I'm like, God dang squirrel.
Dang squirrel.
But I'll tell you this, once we got cats, we didn't see any more squirrels.
They were smart. They stayed in the trees on the other side of the
They stay
fence.
somewhere else now that they know there's cats here.
I wonder how the new owners of our old house are doing with all the insane squirrels in that backyard.
Maybe they just got a 22 and they're eating them.
Yeah.
Anything's possible. I know my cousin has a couple acres in Florida, and she'll sit out on her front porch with a pellet gun and pop off squirrels, and she'll skin them and stick them in the freezer until she has enough for a meal. And I'm like, oh dear.
Yummy.
I like squirrel.
I've never eaten it. I'm not going to eat a rat with a fluffy tail.
I've had roasted squirrel, but never stew or soup or any of the other crazy crap they do to it.
I've never had it at all that I know of.
I mean, look, let's be
it.
honest. If I was hungry, I would eat one. But given a choice, I'd rather not.
Well, when I was in high school growing up, I had some friends that were really, really, really country. And I had coon, I had possum, bear, snake, all the weird random crap.
Ugh. Yeah, I've had snake. I've had rattlesnake.
Yeah.
I've had rattlesnake.
Well, I got to the point when I went to this one particular family's house, I didn't ask what was in the pot. I just ate it.
That's the way my grandma was. You go out in the woods to see grandma, you didn't ask what you were eating.
Right, right.
It was always good.
Bliss. Yeah. There's a guy, an English guy, who has a channel.
Dwayne said that sounds good.
It was good.
That's funny.
There's an English guy who's got a YouTube channel and all he eats is roadkill.
Shut up!
As long as it's still warm, you're good.
Oh.
Like one thing I was taught as a kid, if you're going to cook a greasy animal like a possum or a coon, you got to cook them on a rack or on an open spit. That way all the grease and everything can drip out of them. Because if you cook them in a pot, it's really greasy.
Yeah, I've had raccoon, but I got to draw the line at a possum.
I wouldn't eat a possum. Oh God.
No, raccoon eats some pretty clean stuff, but a possum will eat anything.
They'll eat anything.
Well, if you get a possum that lives out in the woods or versus the city, then you know about what he's eating. Twigs, berries, bugs,
Dead
normal
stuff.
They're
Possums are the garbage can of the woods. Kind of like vultures or buzzards.
Can you believe that we're not allowed to kill them here? They're protected. You can go to prison if you kill them.
A possum or a buzzard?
Possum.
Possum.
Oh.
Is that right?
Possums are actually North America's only marsupial animal. So
yes, that is true.
Special. They're the only North American marsupial. And
that's another animal I'd like to see one day is a platypus.
Yep.
Never seen one in person. Just on Sesame Street.
They're very cool.
I've just never seen one, and I think it would be so cool to actually see one in its either natural habitat, maybe in a zoo, something like that. I don't know. I just think it would be interesting.
Or a crock pot.
No. No.
You know,
Population of what?
we're talking about animals and stuff like that. Okay. Well, you know, M is like, she's my budding veterinarian. She has said since she was 3 years old, she wants to be a veterinarian. And she is like a little animal encyclopedia as it is. She wants to dress up as like animal rescue workers, all this stuff. Like she's totally in her element. I mean, she is like an animal encyclopedia. I'm not lying. And she absorbs it all and she reads books about it and she watches YouTube about it. Well, check this out, right?
Yeah.
So she's been starting to get into like all the little tween YouTubers. In fact, I'm following them all now because she gets on YouTube and she hits subscribe. So I'm following Lanky Box, Afmal, all these tween YouTubers that like they pop up in my notifications and I'm like, who's this person? She's like, I subscribe to them, Mom. They're so cool, whatever. And so I'm trying to get her back into like mainstream TV. I'm giving you a little backstory so you know where I'm going with this. Anyhow, I go to Disney. I see a Betty White special. Betty White, she's basically talking about big cats. And I figured this is Betty White. It's going to be totally 1,000% family friendly, all this stuff, right?
Sure, yeah.
Well, it's all about big cats. And so she goes backstage to all the enclosures. You get to see how the zookeepers interact with these big cats. Okay, the lion and one of the lioness, they're super in love at this one zoo, right? Well, they take them back into this private enclosure and one thing leads to another. And before you know it, the animals are mating. And I was like, this is the remote control. And I was before the mommy, what are they doing question comes. And I was like, God damn it, Betty White. Yeah. And poor Emery was like, what did they do wrong? What were they doing wrong? And I was like, they didn't do anything wrong. This is just really boring.
This is just boring.
And so I was like, what? He actually showed that?
Oh, you're killing me.
I'm like, no, it killed me. I'm serious. I had the remote control and I was like, oh, this is so sweet. I love Betty White. And then they were like, well, he really loves her and he's really protective of her because she's about to come in season. And then they show them like, nee. And I was like, yeah. So note to self.
Oh my God.
Watch out for those Disney animal specials. Yeah.
But they used to show that kind of stuff on Mutual of Omaha. Remember that?
I remember that too.
Yeah,
oh my goodness. Sunday nights, and we'd be looking at it going, what the devil? Are they fighting?
I probably could have gotten past it with one set of cats because she was never none the wiser. But, you know, as far as she was concerned, the kitty cats were like making biscuits on each other and doing the shit.
Right.
You know, but it was me who was like, oh my God. But if they'd have gone through the lion, the cheetah, the jaguar, everybody, and they were all getting free and different things, she would have started asking questions like, what was going on there? And
yeah.
She's 9, and I'm just.
Because they're all doing it, Mom.
Yeah. So.
Oh my goodness.
Fun.
Well, and she's how old? 9?
9.
Yeah, she's still a little young for that, isn't she?
Yeah.
I wouldn't. That discussion shouldn't happen until she's at least 29.
No.
Yeah, I think probably about 11 or 12 with girls.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Has to happen.
Yeah. I think that's about how old my kids were. Well, you know, when my oldest daughter was 5, I was pregnant with my oldest son. And she was asking me how the baby comes out. And I told her, well, you go to the doctor and the doctor gets it out. And that made her really happy. And she was satisfied with that answer until she asked me, how does it get in there?
Stork.
And I told her it was magic.
I've already had that question too. Well, how does the baby get in there? And I said,
sort of true though, isn't it?
Yes, it kind of is. Kind of.
There's all different kinds of magic.
Luck of the draw.
Isn't there, Grumpus? There's all different sorts of magic.
Oh yeah, where the magic happens.
Sometimes it just takes a lot of wine. I mean,
yes. Or sometimes not doesn't take much wine at all. It just depends.
Right?
It just depends.
Okay.
Well, those nature shows, they're good. I enjoy those.
What's the matter, darling?
Well, I've just got 7 kids, and I'm thinking which ones took wine and which ones didn't.
Well, I know the last 2 didn't. So
No, the last 2 didn't.
those were on purpose, even.
Yeah, well, no, they weren't.
One was.
One was.
One was.
Well, all I can say is I admire you all, because the idea of being a parent absolutely terrifies me. I would be a...
Me too.
Yeah, but you've done it. You've done it.
Yeah.
Just the thought of it, that's why I've never, oh my God, especially with the, oh no.
You know, I think the reason that it doesn't terrify me is because I've been doing it my whole life. I mean, I started off adulthood as a parent. I was 20 years old when my oldest was born. So it was just what I did. Yeah, I mean, it was just something I got used to, and it was part of life.
Yeah, I get that.
And
just couldn't do it.
However, when I think back to who I was when I was 20, I want to smack myself in the head and say, are you stupid? You were not prepared for that. You know, and I wasn't. I should have waited till I was 40 to have
The benefit of hindsight is a beautiful thing.
I was 27 and met you, and poof, 5 kids.
Instant family.
I wasn't ready for that.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
But the difference between that and, say, other choices like me, I went to music school. What the hell was I thinking? I should have been a plumber. But, that's different to having children, because, I mean, you've got them for life. They're there forever now,
Yes, they are. And
you can't put them back.
Well, some people try.
There's a word for that. Not nice.
There is a word for that.
As I get older, I'm realizing exactly what you're saying too, because I will never be alone. It doesn't matter what happens. I will never be alone. And that's almost a comfort to me to some degree. Because anytime... I'm sorry, what?
I thought you were going to say that you also wanted to be a plumber.
No, but what I should have done was what you did and went to music school, and I didn't. Yeah, I should have. I was good at it.
The thing with music school was, like, your daughter, what's her name? The marimba
Violet.
player? Violet.
Mm-hmm.
If she... The hard part is that you can't, when you're young, like, what I never understood is how important money is. I never appreciated it. Not that I didn't have money, but I just wish because, I mean, especially if you're doing something artistic, like music or acting or anything like that, it is brutal. It is so hard to make money doing it. And most people give up,
Right.
Or either that or you get lucky. And it's just, but the clever ones are the ones that have got, it's actually, they can turn it into, I suppose it's like with YouTube. If you're really smart about it, you can turn it into a business.
Yes.
And that's what I never had that
drive.
Well, I did. I wanted to be a successful musician, but I never joined the dots that, hang on. But I did eventually, because I was getting old.
You're like, hang on, this needs to be a business.
Well, I was in my 30s, and I'm like, this is going nowhere. We had one shot we were going to move, the band I was in, we were going to move to Europe. We were just going to pack up and move to Europe, because that's where because a lot of the bands in our circle here in Melbourne, a few of them had done that and became massive. They were playing in stadiums in Europe and making a lot of money. Because there was no, in Australia, it's a very small sort of market for the sort of music we were playing, heavy metal music.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't do it. It just didn't work out. I couldn't make it happen. And at that point, I just said, I got to stop now, because if I don't, I'm going to be 50
and still pedaling around doing, yeah.
And here I am, I'm 50, and I still have nothing. So there you go.
Right.
Maybe I should have kept going with the music.
Well,
it's only too late when you're dead.
No,
I turned 50 and started a YouTube channel. So there you go.
That's kind of what I did. Well, I was 53. 53 when I started.
Yeah.
Do you notice YouTube ads that show how someone can make money really fast all the time?
Yeah.
And I just click off of them because they're full of shit. Excuse me. They are full of crap. God, those channels, you've got to remember, they're just,
they might have, there's some good channels that give you some good advice, but they're trying to make money too.
Yes.
Right.
YouTube channel that gives advice, that's their job. So
they don't tell you click, because I've clicked some of those videos too, and they don't tell you anything you don't already know.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of.
But even the ones that teach you how to do YouTube, it's like you're all saying the same thing and none of it makes any sense.
Well, they're not at the place they're trying to tell you could be.
Right. Right. So I don't even listen to them anymore. Wait a minute. Have you ever heard of bands like Wolf Mother, Airborne, Silverchair, Australian bands? He's asking you, Patrick.
I've heard of Silverchair.
You have?
Yeah.
Guys, speaking of chairs, I need to take a break.
Yes, I've heard of Wolf Mother. They're fantastic. I love Wolf Mother.
Oh.
I haven't heard of Airborne, but I've heard definitely. Silverchair is probably one of the biggest bands. They were huge. And they were good, but Wolf Mother's really good. They're sort of like a Black Sabbath type. Black Sabbath-y type.
Really? I've never heard of them. I'll have to check
Oh, you
them
should
out.
do. Oh, if you like that sort of, if you like sort of hard rock, 70s, 60s style Black Sabbath type stuff, that's what they do.
Like Iron Butterfly.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Inagata Davida.
Oh, wow.
Baby.
Yeah, I have to check it out.
What sort of music do you like, Grumpus?
I generally listen to instrumental stuff. Boring stuff.
I like instrumental music. Grumpus, it's not boring. My husband tells me, he's be like, "Oh God, she's busted out the elevator music."
That's what my wife thinks of me.
Well, that's what I like. If I'm around here and I have my choice, that's what I put on. That's one of the reasons.
Smooth jazz, new age.
Okay.
Yanni, Kenny G, Chris Bodie, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Who listens to that stuff?
Grumpus.
Really?
Yeah. He listens to a lot of elevator music.
Me too. I'm down with the elevator music.
You were joking about Kenny G though, weren't you?
I need a little bit more pep in my music when I'm at work, but I just turn on Pandora. It's on a Jimmy Buffett page, but every time you click on a song you like, it grabs stuff like it. So it'll bounce from Jimmy Buffett to Bob Marley, and then it might go to the guy named Iz, the Hawaiian artist.
I like him.
And then next thing you know, you're listening to Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin. I mean, my Pandora bounces.
Listen to that. I can listen to those guys all day.
Yeah,
I can listen to.
Yeah, that's what I do at work all day. I listen to that stuff.
I've got a Dean Martin channel on Pandora.
Yeah, I can listen.
But then also, if there's nobody in the shop, and I'm working on a Saturday, I'll click it onto an Irish rock channel and listen to Flogging Molly and all that kind of stuff.
And I can't stand it.
I can listen to the instrumental music and I can actually function and I'm good. But if there's too many words going on and there's, yelling and sometimes even guitar riffs and all that stuff, it starts to grate on me. Like I can't, It interference.
I like music I can hear, but I don't have to listen.
Yeah, it's just kind of in the background.
That's in the background that I can still get some stuff done and think.
Yeah, but I can literally be home all day because I'm home all day, and but I work and I do things. But I can be here without a sound. Even when I was in town, I wouldn't turn anything on. I could just have the house totally quiet.
Yeah.
Whereas
Wayne, I understand why you, as a Canadian, find Southern rock bands entertaining. But as a Southerner who was a bartender at one point for a few years, I have had all the Southern rock I can possibly stomach. And if I hear "Give Me Three Steps" by Leonard Skinner one more time in my lifetime, it is too much.
Turn of the page.
Right?
Oh, God. Well, I lived in Jacksonville, Florida, where Leonard Skinner is from, and they won't let them die. They just
retire or anything.
Or anything. You go into a bar in Jacksonville, and that's all you hear all night long. Freebird, Sweet Home Alabama, Give Me Three Steps.
Michael Bublé.
What's the other one?
No.
Simple Man. And I'm like, oh my God, just stop already. Stop.
Well, here, the bars here is Stevie Ray Vaughan.
I love Stevie Ray Vaughan.
I know, but it's the same thing here. Like if you
play it to death.
A hole in the wall bar somewhere, and there's bikers out in the parking lot and all that. It's going to be Stevie Ray Vaughan over and over and over again.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with Stevie Ray Vaughan. I love him.
Oh, I do too. Yeah. And also Michael Bublé. Now look. I like Michael Bublé.
I do too.
To some degree. But the whole white guy playing jazz thing with the nice suit, it's like, I don't know. It just doesn't have the same feel as
Frank Sinatra did it.
Louis Armstrong and Muddy Waters. And,
well, he's not trying to be a.
Well, I know, but it just don't feel right.
Just yesterday, Dwayne, Meatloaf passed.
Yes.
Rest in peace, Meatloaf.
I've always wondered if anybody ever got the backstory of the band name.
The backstory of what?
Meatloaf, the name. For the
I wonder about that. Well, Paradise by the Dashboard Lights. I mean,
if you meet him, do you just address him as Meat?
I know, right? Hey, Meat, let's do it. Yeah. I saw Jimmy Vaughn more than once live and met him. What? Well, I will tell you this. As a little, this is my dad's claim to fame. Okay. He was Ronnie Van Zant's best friend in 7th grade at John Gorey High School in Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, maybe Meatloaf worked in the adult industry before he became a singer. There's actually a thing that said there's a lot of actors and actresses work in that industry before they become big and famous.
I'm gonna look. Why was Meatloaf called Meatloaf?
We had a very similar conversation to this earlier.
Google knows everything.
According to Meatloaf, he was always just called that as a child. He was a nickname as a child.
Maybe that was his favorite food.
Could have been.
Hey, now listen, everyone. There's one of you in the room that's listened to this radio station already, and that's Marcel, because my mother has a radio show. My mother every Friday night, and it'll suit you night owl type of people because it's on sort of at around what time would that be? It's like 6. It'd be about midnight. It would start. Your time.
It's like a midnight-ish.
Every Friday.
11-ish.
So hang on. So Friday.
Oh, you've got to give us the channel name so we can try to find it.
I'll just put the link in the private chat.
Okay.
So
the sort of music she plays, you'd love all that, the sort of stuff that she plays.
So here's the answer to the question I brought up. It says the Dallas-born singer was born Marvin Lee Aday, but also known as Michael, and got his nickname when his dad said He looked as red as meat at birth. Before a high school football game, the coach added meat loaf.
Huh.
Okay. All right.
I played that football.
Well, he did pretty well trading on that name, didn't he?
Didn't he?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, he sold like the stat. I read something. That album, "Bat Out of Hell," sold.
Yeah.
It might be the highest selling album of all time.
Probably.
Well, then,
besides AC/DC's "Back in Black."
And then, like Dwayne said, he was in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. He was the biker guy before he got killed by the transvestite Transylvanian.
That was a great show.
Alien guy, whatever the heck he was.
That was great.
Yeah. He's so young. He's only 74.
Yeah, it does seem young now.
Well, maybe he had a rough life.
Well,
I'm not
maybe
sure
he partied his ass off as a rock star.
Right?
Yeah.
Sex, drugs, and alcohol.
Let's call it sex, drugs, and rock and roll, honey.
Whatever, same difference. But you know who I loved? I loved Freddie Mercury.
Oh my God. I had somebody ask me once, like, you know, who is a dead rock star you'd like to, you know, have a night out with? And my answer was Freddie Mercury.
Yeah. Well, I don't know now. He got into a lot of interesting situations.
But
I don't know if I'd want to hang out with him.
By all accounts, everybody said he was really nice and he was basically pretty sane, but he was flamboyant, but he wasn't. He was a really good person. You know?
I think it's a tragedy, and he was actually.
He just missed the drugs that could have sustained him.
Right.
His boyfriend got the drugs that sustained him. They both had HIV.
Oh my God.
And his boyfriend got the drugs that helped him live for 15 years past him.
What a waste. What a waste. And I love Karen Carpenter.
Oh, I loved her.
Oh man.
Oh my. Raw talent. Absolute raw talent.
So sad. It was very tragic, her life. What happened to her?
Very tragic.
And her story is she never wanted to be in the
No,
spotlight.
she didn't. She wanted to be a drummer. Yeah.
Wow.
And she was a very
There's
good
even
drummer.
some YouTube videos of her drumming.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's beating the crap out of it.
And that saxophone that her brother played was amazing. I just get all starry-eyed when I start hearing him play the saxophone. Richard Carpenter. Saxophones make me happy.
And she's the one who passed away because she was
Anorexic,
right? Oh, anorexic.
Yeah, anorexic.
Wow.
Yeah. Can you imagine? I can't even imagine. You know, my daughter complains because my 5-year-old granddaughter won't eat. Won't eat. And then 30 minutes after dinner, she's hungry, and she wants candy or snacks.
She wants to eat what she wants to eat. She wants to eat the crap on the table.
And I told her, I said, Erica, just take her dinner away from her. Stop fighting with her. I said, I've never heard of a 5-year-old starving itself to death.
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen. I said, stop making it a battle. Take the food off the table, put it in the microwave, and when she gets hungry again, warm it up and tell her she can have her dinner.
Mm-hmm.
You know, eventually she gets hungry enough, she'll eat.
Yeah. I go through the same thing. My M is still she may not, you know, whatever I make for dinner, you know, might not be her 1,000% favorite. But
right.
I said, you know what? I'm sorry it's not your favorite, but it's good and tastes good and you need to eat it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't want to eat it, I'm going to save it for you. And if you don't want that, you can make yourself a peanut butter sandwich because you're not you're not having anything else.
And they've gone through a lot of peanut butter and jelly.
And I do not allow jelly. No, I don't. Not when they do that. They can have peanut butter and that's it on their bread.
Weirdo kids don't like jelly, Charlotte. They just eat
what?
Peanut butter
Look,
sandwiches.
I had a son who always wanted jelly sandwiches.
You know, see, when I was little, my mom would send me peanut butter and jelly, and I was like, go heavy on the jelly.
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah.
Yeah, my kids just want peanut butter. No peanut butter and jelly. Not eating. That's another thing they agree on. Baked potatoes and no jelly on the peanut butter sandwiches. It's just so bizarre to me. Where have I gone wrong?
Look,
that just makes a dry sandwich.
I know it.
No,
but
they love it.
Well, these two who won't eat, well, the older one has expanded her palate considerably. She'll eat sushi. She'll eat a lot of different things now. But when she started school, and this is crazy, she started school, that little girl loved black olives, salami, pickles, and that's what I would pack for her lunches because she loved them.
Bar food.
Pretty much. And
best.
Well, her sister worked in a pizza joint. And so she would take the baby to the pizza joint and show her off to all of her friends when she'd go pick up her paychecks and stuff. And she would let her eat from the salad bar. And she'd pick up little pieces of salami and black olives and pickles and things. And she loved them. And so she got to where she would eat them all the time. And I would make those for her lunch. Well, somebody told her one time that was gross. She never took it to school again. Never.
You should have punched him in the mouth.
One freaking kid.
Why are you letting somebody else determine what you like to eat? What is wrong with you? No, Mom, I can't take that to school anymore. Okay.
Yeah. No.
Now she'll eat it at the house. And my son.
One kid to screw it all up.
I know. It's crazy. Now my son won't eat a sandwich to save his life. So what I have to do, this is so crazy.
The only sandwich he will eat is a dry double cheeseburger or cheeseburger, or bacon cheeseburger, but no condiments at all.
No. But
what about a Vegemite sandwich?
No. I should make him one and see if he'll eat it.
Well, Marcel, I'm going to be sending Marcel a truckload of Vegemite.
Yeah, well, just one jar will last her 10 years.
Yeah. Well, what if your kids love it, Marcel? They might.
What if I love it?
Oh my God, Mom, we want Vegemite.
It's not bad, Marcel.
Stuff. I like sardines and salty stuff, and
I had kippers last night.
Oh, I love it.
You ate my kippers?
I did. I ate some kippers and crackers and sharp cheddar cheese, and it was delicious.
So you had a yummy little snack and didn't even wake up?
I bought these packets of tuna that are flavored in all kinds of ways, like curry and teriyaki and all this stuff. And I haven't had one yet. Evan's been taking them for lunch and stuff like that.
Right.
They are registering only the highest one registers at 3 points on Weight Watchers, but I'm totally, they look delicious. I'm going to try one tomorrow.
Wesley eats them all the time. He takes them for lunch. He takes that and boiled eggs and what else?
Carrots.
Carrots or celery.
That is such a good lunch.
Yeah.
On Weight Watchers for me, the tuna would be like 2 points, eggs are 0 points for me, and then vegetables, eggs, or celery and carrots and all. It would be like a 3 point lunch.
Yeah. How many points do you get in a day?
On my plan, well, I think, hold on, I don't even remember. I think they just changed the plan. So hold on. They change it and they rearrange stuff. They're just trying to keep it fresh. Okay, so I get 28. Wait. Where'd my points go? I get 28 points per day.
Oh, that's a lot. See, here's the last flavor he has left.
Oh, yeah.
But we buy these all the time for his lunches, and he really enjoys them. And it's got 14 grams of protein in it, which is cool. What is this?
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to show you these.
Oh, my God. There's a spoon in it.
Yeah.
Or a spork. Look, I did not know that. This is Bumblebee brand. And up here, this part is a plastic utensil. And then down here is the actual tuna part. Huh. Who knew?
Is there anything
there's no spoon. There's no spoon in these. But
yeah, we get those too.
Yeah. And then this is the APB, like my store. It's a Cajun style. And then
that's the HEB brand?
HEB brand.
Hmm.
And the red curry.
What's that one?
Red curry.
Red curry
with coconut milk.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Patrick, what were you saying?
Oh, I forget.
You were going to ask something, and yeah, darn it.
Oh yeah, Grumpus. Is there anything? Is there anything that you don't like to eat?
Anything I don't like to eat? I don't like hominy.
No, me either.
What is that?
It's some sort of corn.
Like a giant
No.
corn.
It's like giant grit.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I can't hardly choke that down.
Yeah.
And I like smoked salmon, but past that, I don't like salmon at all.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So I mean,
I
you
love
just make
salmon.
the thinly sliced.
Too fishy and oily for me. I just don't like it. I've tried it at fancy restaurants, but I just don't like it.
But do you like seafood otherwise? You like flaky white fish and stuff?
Oh yes, yeah. I can eat my weight in seafood.
I love.
See, I can eat my weight in salmon, smoked or otherwise. I love it.
You know, I'm in oysters. I mean, there's not a whole lot I won't eat.
Right.
One of my favorite things, because I grew up in Corpus Christi, but one of my favorite things is redfish on the grill.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, so good. I grew up on that. Grew up on it.
Nothing any better.
And shrimp. Love shrimp. Love shrimp. It's so good.
And I love grouper. Oh gosh, that is one of my favorite fishes to eat.
I've never had grouper.
Oh dear Lord in heaven, you need a grouper sandwich.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never had grouper.
Fried or blackened.
Fried or blackened.
In catfish.
Oh yeah.
Love catfish.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of fish, and I do not care for flounder.
Oh, I love stuff.
That's my favorite.
I like
I'm not a huge fan of flounder or that grocery store tilapia. I tell Wesley all the time, it's not real fish.
I won't buy the tilapia.
No. But I like deep water fish is what I like. Mahi and
mahi
swordfish and
my gosh, swordfish is amazing.
Yes, it is.
I've never tried shark, but I'd like to.
Shark is good.
Poppy says it. Is it?
Patrick, do you like seafood?
I love it.
What's your favorite, like seafood?
Whatever's in front of me.
All of it. All of it. Give it all to me.
All of it. And that includes any sort of fish, anything. I'll eat it all.
Yeah. I love flounder. See, flounder's huge where I'm from in Corpus Christi. People love to go. You see them late at night. They go out spearfishing for that flounder.
Oh, that's the way it is here. They'll go gigging for flounder off the beach here.
Yep.
The odds are you've probably already had shark or stingray, because what a lot of restaurants do. I'm not sure how they legally do it, but it's either bay or deep sea scallops. If you get them and they're all exactly perfectly the same size and you don't get any grit at all, it's more likely shark that's been just cookie cutter punched, or stingray wing that's been cookie cutter punched.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I love halibut.
Stingray's good. Stingray, I've had
Scallops have that distinct, like, sweet flavor, though.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, they cheat that just by the way they flavor it and the way they cook it.
Yeah.
Y'all make me
I
hungry.
love halibut.
Yes.
That is one of my favorites. But here, it's very, very expensive because it's not a southern fish.
Right.
It's a cold water fish. And so we really pay a hefty price for it. Just like lobster. You know, you can go to Maine and get lobster off the boats for a little bit of money. And here it's like $40 a tail.
Well, Cypress Blue, where you said redfish is snapper, you can either get red drum or red snapper. Depends on where you're at, where you're fishing.
Yeah. Oh, red drum is good.
Yeah. Because in this area, we can get red drum or black drum up to anywhere from, I think the first legal is like 18 inches, up to like 50-something inches. They're huge.
Did I ever even actually know? Do I know what I'm eating? Yeah, I don't know.
I wish I could show you guys the picture of my son when he caught his first drum. He laid down on the dock, the pier, and Poppy laid the fish next to him, and the fish was taller than my son. It was huge. What was it, 31 inches at the time? I think it was 31 or 37.
It was in the 40
It
range.
was
It was
enormous. And my son, when he caught it, he had cast his line out, and he said that he thought he had caught the dock because it wouldn't move, and he couldn't reel it in. And did he do it all himself, or did you help him?
He did the majority of it, but since the pier was so high and we were using low test line, he brought in a monster on like 15-pound test.
Yeah.
And I had to crawl over the side of the pier, down
about
the bottom,
8 feet,
right by the water, to pull that, to net it, to pull it up, to get the hook out of him, measure him real quick, take a picture, and then fly back over and get him back in the water and hold him for a couple of minutes so he could get his bearings and get the water flowing again before he took off.
Well, and the thing is here, if you catch one that's that big, usually it's full of worms.
But they're still big enough and healthy enough to make more babies. So we just send them back on their way.
So, and you don't want to keep one that's over about 30 inches because they are just full of worms. And I'm not picking worms out of, no.
Nope, ain't no.
Mm-mm.
I've heard of some people, they will do it. They will cook it and just pick the worms.
That's what I've heard.
And I'm like,
not doing that.
No.
But he's caught, my son loves to fish. And he hasn't been in a long time, Daddy.
The plague hosed up a lot of it.
Yeah, the plague hosed up a lot. And then right before COVID happened, they closed our beaches because of some kind of bacterial thing. And they were closed for months. You couldn't fish. You couldn't swim.
Because they opened up that reservoir and dumped all that fresh water.
Do you remember when they opened up that reservoir in Louisiana to prevent New Orleans from flooding? That's when that happened. And all of it dumped right here, and all that yuck
bacteria
was in our water. Filth. And it was closed for months.
Charlotte.
Yes.
I have to go.
Well, have a good evening. Or day, or whatever time it is. What is?
Well, I've got to get up early. I've got things to do, things to organise. See, I'm in.
Oh, you don't have to work tomorrow?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's why I'm going to go.
So is this Sunday for you or Monday?
Sunday.
Oh no, this is Saturday night for us.
I know, you party animals, you.
Yeah.
I'm sure as soon as you leave, you're all going to get naked. I just know.
Probably. We'll take pictures.
Eventually.
I'll post them on Instagram.
You can review it again later.
Yeah.
Well, you have a wonderful day.
Thank you, folks. It's lovely to catch up. Grumpus.
Yes, it is.
Charlotte,
and I hope to be back to Friday night this coming Friday.
Yeah,
I do.
You've been very slack.
I know I have.
And I called her a slacker today.
Yeah.
I haven't even posted a video all year yet.
All year.
I mean, it's insane.
Anyway, Laura, Dwayne, everyone, and say bye to Marcel if she comes back.
Certainly will.
Take care, everyone.
All right, we'll see you.
Good night.
You too. Good night.
Bye.
Good week, Patrick.
Good night. Take care. BFN, Patty. BFN. BFN. What does BFN mean?
Been freaking nice, I guess.
Changed in front of you all. Oh, Laura's already changed. She's probably in her gitches.
She got the same blue shirt on.
Who, Laura? That's not Laura. It's Marcel.
What do you mean she changed in front of? I didn't see anybody.
That's what she said. Laura said, changed in front of you all. Ha ha ha.
When you turn the camera off, that doesn't count.
Kick off?
Yeah, he said, tell you good night and have a great evening.
Thanks, Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good day at work tomorrow. Because
today for him.
Wait.
No, it's.
You're like 17
I don't know. It's
hours
1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4 o'clock. 4:30. 4:30 in the evening in Australia.
Sunday.
On Sunday.
Yeah, 17 hours ahead of us.
Mm-hmm. Oh, was it 17?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was 13.
Hey, Siri,
LPFN 5 for now.
what's the time in Melbourne, Australia?
In Melbourne, Australia, it's 6:30.
Oh, 5 for now. Okay.
6:31 p.m.
Oh, okay. Okay. Goodness gracious.
So he's got to make dinner and get ready for bed. And
I
all
know.
that
He's in the future.
He's in the future.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's already Sunday evening for him.
Yeah.
But
I wish it was Sunday evening here.
Why?
not me.
Today.
When we go to work that stinking bad?
Well, no,
I
but
got
what
at
I
least-
do
I
want
got
is
at
a
least
whole week without
2 more
anybody.
glasses of wine.
Look, I got to finish this one.
Cheers.
No, ever since school started, okay, let's see. School started and on a Thursday. And then one kid was homesick. And then the following week, how many weeks has school been in? Since the 6th. So it's the 18th now. I have hardly had any days without anybody here since school started.
Wah.
That's
And I need days with nobody here so I can get some videos done. But nobody has been gone. My son was quarantined because he was exposed to COVID, apparently.
Actually, he wasn't. They assumed he was exposed to COVID, but the guy only had the flu.
Well, they sent him home. He had to stay home, let's see, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, and Tuesday of last week and the week before. And then the last 2 days, let's see. Wednesday and Thursday, my daughter stayed home because apparently when girl things happen to young teenagers now, if you know what I mean, it's a handicap.
What?
They need like 2 or 3 days out of school to be able to function because they're in so much pain and they can't function. And I'm like, what? I said, it's a good thing that never happened to me because when that was happening to me, I just did what I had to do anyway because that's what you do.
Yeah.
I don't get to lay in bed for 2 days and cry about how cramps are this and everything hurts and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, get up and do something.
Well, you know what? I remember when all of that was brand new for me, I did have a couple of go-rounds where it was pretty rough.
Yeah.
And it was painful, and I did get a pass to stay home for a day because I was still learning to deal with all of it.
Sure. Well,
And
she's been
it's
doing this
messy
for 3
and it's
years
awful.
now.
Yeah, so she's
Yeah, well, yeah, but after a while, you know, you take a Tylenol and you go on with your life.
That's right. And well, that's what I did. I gave her a leave because not a leave. Was it whatever naproxen sodium is?
Naprosyn.
Naprosyn.
That
They used to have a drug years ago called Anaprox that was for that you'd get from your doctor.
What about my doll?
And it would take, no, it was called Anaprox.
Hmm.
And basically all it was naproxen sodium, about 500 milligrams. Well, I have some of that here.
That's a leave.
Yes.
Pretty much, yeah.
It is. And so I gave her one of those because I knew that years ago they used to prescribe that for cyclical issues. And
Who has a bicycle?
and she that's what they used to call it, honey. Gosh. So anyhow, Laura, if it's buffering, try to hit the refresh button, my dear, and see if that helps it. But anyhow, she pretended that didn't work so she could stay home.
She plays you like a fiddle.
She does play me like a fiddle because
I'd be like, F that, go to school.
I don't like for the kids to, and I'll be honest with you, this is gross, maybe. But she tends to be real messy, if that makes any sense. And she hasn't learned yet how to prevent accidents. And she never knows when it's going to happen, which is weird. because happens all the time.
Millions of years, right?
Right. And so I was telling Grumpus Marcel that she's not real good at preventing accidents. And one of my main fears is that she'll get to school and it will be super obvious what's going on with her and she'll be embarrassed. And I don't want that to happen to her,
And that's impossible. You know what?
That's so much. Life lesson, though.
It was so much more, Charlotte. When we were younger, that was so much more of an honest problem. You know what? I'm going to veer off here for a second. We just found out tonight. And I say it's so much more of an honest problem because you don't have people trying to take advantage of that fact or be weird or anything. It's like girls have their cycle and all that. And of course, when you're in high school, back in our day, it was like, oh, they have their cycle, they're fertile.
Well, it was so taboo to talk about when we were kids.
Silly stuff. Mm-hmm. But now you got the perviness and everybody's access to phones. True story. Like 5 hours ago, we found out that somebody that is in Evans reserve unit got arrested while on active duty down by the border and recorded on video everything in frickin' Walmart in the valley in Texas, trying to take snapshots under girls' skirts in Walmart. And he got arrested as a peeping Tom, and he's on 2 major felony charges, and he was on active military duty. And so he's looking at all kinds of shit. This was somebody that my husband's most recent deployment, when he was gone for 120 days to Kuwait last year in the middle of everything, was with him. And this guy got put on by Greg Abbott, the Texas governor. His card got drawn, and he's been down on the border trying to deal with stuff on the border. And look him up. Michael Sykes, Sykes. It's national news.
Really?
Michael Sykes, Peeping Tom, Brownsville, Texas. And this is somebody my husband knows personally. And in fact, he texted somebody tonight that he knows because the dude was up for a promotion in rank, and Evan was actually trying to text him and tell him congratulations. And when he couldn't get a hold of him, he called somebody else and said, hey, where's Sykes? And they were like, oh God, this happened, blah, blah, blah. And sent him a screenshot. And that's when we started doing our investigation. There's actual video from Walmart of this asshole trying to take pictures up this girl's skirt. And the girl was none the wiser. It was loss prevention in Walmart that was like, hey, go catch this.
Go get this guy. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
And it was one of those things where he walked out clear as day, and they took bold-faced pictures of him and said, do you know this person because XYZ?
Oh my goodness.
And then he just got arrested.
That is so disappointing, I know, for your husband.
It pissed me off so bad. I was like, how? On what planet?
Is that okay?
Yeah, and he's so close to this woman when he's taking the picture. If she'd have whipped around and realized what he was doing,
she'd have bumped into him,
kicked him in the head.
Oh, well, and I don't know about you, but if somebody is that close to me, I know it.
No, I don't.
I can feel them.
But he was in there preying on women that were wearing skirts.
That's ridiculous.
Well,
absolutely ridiculous. I mean, my God, people have the internet now. If they want to look at that kind of stuff, they can get it on, just Google it. Why do that and put your whole career on the line?
I don't understand. Getting 32 years old. Getting the good old double whammy.
Father of 2, has custody of 1 daughter.
Oh,
not anymore.
Not anymore. And he's looking at military. He's looking at felony.
Oh, he's getting a double jeopardy because he's in the military. Most people don't get that, but you're in the military, you have that benefit of being double whammied. Because the military is first going to get you, unless the state nails you first. But then since the state nails you, you're technically AWOL, so they bust you for the crime you committed and being AWOL.
Yeah.
So they just destroy you.
Evan said that since his card was drawn by the state militia and he's down there, and he said that's run by the Army, and he was like, the Army don't play around.
Oh my.
Yep.
Oh my. That's terrible.
Probably going to be court-martialed in JP.
Oh my God. I just don't understand the propensity to do that from anybody.
He was so close to her. They actually showed, like, if you video him, you can actually see the video that Loss Prevention had where he was so close to her. How did she not feel?
Nobody gets that close to me.
Yeah. Well,
without an elbow in the face.
He made it look like he was lurching down, trying to reach something deep on a shelf. And then when she was trying to grab something from up above, he was trying to snap pictures under her skirt.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
What a sleazeball.
What a sleazeball. That's what I said. I said, what a POS.
Well, and you know, that's the thing we have to teach our kids to look out for, which is really sad.
But this was somebody that was overseas, that was, that was there to be part of my husband's team, have his back there.
Have his back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he's that nasty.
Yeah, that's gross.
And I'm sorry, that's just nasty. There's no other word for it.
Dwayne said a very powerful stun gun would help.
I wish that woman would have seen him and kicked him in the head. That's what I wish would happen. Because I would have kicked him in the head.
Well, one of the reasons that I've been telling my daughter lately, and I know this is a little bit crazy, but I've been telling her, because of some things that she's been doing, how am I supposed to let you go out of this house and live in this world? You are so oblivious to things that are going on around you. I can't let you go. I mean, what's going to happen when you go off to college and X, Y, and Z happens, But not long ago, and I think I've told this story before, but Wesley and I stopped at a gas station recently within the last 6 months. And she was with us and wanted to go in and get a drink or a snack or something. But she had been wearing a skirt that was fairly short. And she was dressed up. She had her makeup done. And when my girl puts on her makeup, she is stunning. I mean, she's beautiful without it. But when she puts that makeup on, she can do it like a dang YouTube star. And she looks amazing. And so we're walking up to the door. And there was a gentleman, and I use that term loosely.
Very.
Getting gas. And he was looking at my daughter like she was his next dinner. And it creeped me out because I could see I was watching. I watch everything. But I'm kind of hyper vigilant like that. Well, I looked at Wesley and I said, do you see that? And he got in front of her and I got beside her to kind of shield her from his view. And the whole time we were in the store, she's going, what did I do? Because I said to her, I said, Violet, come back here. Because she was walking a little bit ahead of me. And I said, come back here. And he got in front of her and we kind of sandwiched her in. And the whole time she's going, what's going on? And I'm like, shut up, just shut up and walk.
Yeah,
and when we got back in the car, I said to her, did you see that man staring at you? No, what man? And I'm like, that's a problem. You have to be aware of who is looking at you. You're a beautiful young woman, and you could be ugly and they would still do the same thing. They're men, they're gross, they're disgusting. You know what they're thinking all the time. That's what they're thinking all the time. Especially,
skeezy people.
In certain situations when they're looking at you like that, that's what they're thinking, right? when they're undressing you in public with their eyes. And but she's never really experienced that before, and she doesn't understand any of it. She doesn't understand how to protect herself. She doesn't understand how to be aware. None of it. And it scares the daylights out of me, because I'm like, what's going to happen when she goes to college? And you know what happens in colleges all the time. Women are victims every day at college. And I'm absolutely concerned. Absolutely. Because I got to teach her to be aware of her surroundings and the people who are in that circle, that visual circle.
And you never know. I had, and I'm not trying to say like I'm a model or anything, but like when I was very young and a lot thinner than I am now and everything, we were in the grocery store, and this probably on a different scale back then, but we were in a small town, relatively small city in Texas. It's not like somebody's scouting, but I had a man approach me when I was grocery shopping with my dad, and he comes up to me and he was like, hey, he was like, have you ever thought about being a model? And I was like, what? And he was like, have you ever thought about being a model? And I was like, maybe. And he was like, here's my card. Call me. We can make this work where you can be a model. And my dad came up and he was like, what's going on here? Like, basically. And I was like, Dad, he says I can be a model. And my dad took the card and he stuffed it in his back pocket. And he goes, we'll think about that. And he took me off. And
your dad like, did this.
Yeah. Like, we'll think about that. And he basically dragged me off to go to the checkout line. And my dad was like, you don't need to be talking to strangers. And I was like, I didn't talk to him. He just came up and started talking to me, and he handed me a card, and he was like, yeah, you just come on. But no, my dad was highly agitated.
Sure.
And this was in the, probably the mid 80s. I was probably 14. I was probably 14 years old.
I've had similar experiences when I was young and stupid, but I wasn't that stupid.
I just remember my dad stuffing that card in his back pocket about that, and he's like, we'll think about that.
Even when I was 17, about to graduate high school, and you know how they have local pageants that lead up to, they look little county pageants that lead up to the state pageant, which goes to the Miss America pageant.
Yeah.
Well, our little county pageant was having their thing, and because I was in the choir at school, and I was in what they called the ensemble, which was a group of 12, and we did a little bit of traveling and sang at special events. We sang for the intermission show of that particular pageant. And the next day, I was at a park doing a Christmas program as part of that same group. And we're walking around. I was with my parents, and a woman came up to me, and she said, are you Charlotte? And I said, yes. And she said, I saw your performance last night at the Miss Olustee Festival. She said, and I wanted to know if you would be interested in participating next year. I'll sponsor you. And I looked at her and I said, first of all, I'm not going to be here next year. I'm moving. Second of all, I'm not tall enough. No, thank you. I was 17, but I knew I was 5 feet tall. And all of those women are 5'10" and have legs for days. Mm-hmm. And short people like me never are successful in those kinds of things.
I'm 5'1", girl. I hear you.
And I'm like, why are you blowing smoke up my ass, lady? You know you're being ridiculous, and I know you're being ridiculous.
It's like Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I blew her off, and I'm glad I did. I mean, who knows what it might possibly have turned into, but it probably could have been really bad.
Yeah, but that, like that, somebody approaching you. I mean, back in the day, it was so different. But now it's like everybody feels entitled to have a look. Did you hear about the latest challenge? And this is not new. It's new to the news. But being in education like I've been, the newest thing was kids videotaping kids' shoes underneath the stalls when they're in the bathroom having to take a number 2. And they videotape kids' shoes underneath the stall with their pants around their ankles to advertise when they're taking a number 2, and then they upload it. Like kids taking a poo in a stall, and they upload it to humiliate them. And I was wondering, like, my son, who is, well, it's so cruel and it's so dumb. It's like, I hope you never have to take a poop in a stall.
Right.
When you have an 8-hour school day,
Wow.
And, well, my son, I picked him up from high school, and he's a freshman, right? But I pick him up, and sometimes I pick him up, and he's like, "Can we just go home? Can we go to the store? Can we do this? I need to go to the restroom." And I'd be like, "Hey, what's going on?" And he'd be like, "I just don't like going to the restroom." He's like, "It's so weird to go to the restroom at school." And he's like, "Plus all these asshole kids stay in there and they vape and it stinks." That's what he tells me. They vape in the bathroom and it stinks. But now, all this stuff is going on. I mean, horrible.
That's insane.
Well, they need to have bathroom monitors is what they need to have.
Well,
they want to have these massive school populations. They need to have somebody in there guarding the bathrooms. I mean,
right. Or pay a valet.
They just can't have an ounce of freedom. I mean, there's just too many. It's not even that. It's just they've chosen quantity over quality in the school system.
Oh my goodness, Dwayne. He said there was an incident in Canada where students in a school were involved in a cruel and nasty hazing incident. It made the news. Charges had to be laid. Wow. Yeah, it happens so much.
Surrounding pooing in the school bathroom, Dwayne?
See, I don't even understand that. I don't understand how that's funny or...
Makes no sense.
It's just power.
Well, kids are just
having the phone. It's power and having the phone.
Right.
3 years ago, when I was still substitute teaching, I was going in substitute teaching. There was an incident where it was a girl-on-girl attack thing, where a girl reached under a stall with her cell phone and was snapping pictures of another girl on the toilet, and she posted it on social media, and it was a massive scandal at this small town school I was at. And I was just like, how is this shocking to anybody that this kind of abuse is going on?
Right. Well, and not only that, but the offender should have been arrested. Because that is
it snowballed into a whole bunch of other things, fights in the hallways and all the stuff.
Yeah.
But, it's horrible.
It is.
I
agree. She had an email. Hang on. Laura said she had an email to be on the watch out for men to grab women for trafficking. I've seen a lot of those emails myself. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I'm just not sure. I think trafficking, I don't think they want grown women for trafficking. I think they want young, attractive women, young women or young, older teenagers, maybe young teenagers.
I told you about my weirdo neighbor before we moved who kept watching my daughter out the window. And then when I would come out, he would go in. And then when I would come out, he would come in, but I would go in and he would come out and watch my daughter in the backyard. That was shortly before we moved.
I had a nosy neighbor when I lived in Jacksonville, and my girls were probably 10 and 13, maybe 9 and 12. And when I first moved in this house, the girls had their light on all night long. And sometimes they would fall asleep with the light on, and I didn't care. They were comfortable. I was fine. They were sleeping. Well, I went outside one afternoon, and my neighbor says, that bedroom light was on all night. And I looked at him and I said, "Excuse me?" And he said it again. And I said, "First of all, why are you peeking in my daughter's bedroom?" And I said, that is inappropriate, and I don't need to know that. You know, that their light was on. It's my house. I pay the electric bill, and if you got a problem with the light being on, I'm sorry for your bad luck.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, but I better never catch you looking in that bedroom again. So I moved their bedroom to the other side of the house. I mean, it was like there was one bedroom on this side, and then right next to it was another bedroom. And I took that bedroom and gave them the one I was sleeping in, because I'm like, oh, hell no. And I ended up.
This is the house you're in now?
No. This was way back in the day when my oldest daughter had just become a teenager. This is probably 25 years ago.
There's somebody trying to peep in the window.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. You know, and I'm like, oh, hell no. So ended up, you know, at the time I didn't have curtains yet. I just moved in. And I think there might have, okay. I think there might have been
needs a refill.
But I'm telling you, it's insane. Oh my gosh. Dwayne said, I think there were people who perished from hypothermia when they were crossing from North Dakota or Minnesota into the neighboring province of Manitoba, Canada. It was recently. One was a baby. It may have been human smuggling or, oh my God. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Laura said, have you heard of this? Was years back, not sure if they still do it. They would soak in vodka. What?
No, they were taking alcohol and pouring it up their butt.
That's disgusting.
Because that way they could get drunk, because it was going straight to their insides. But you couldn't blow. You might have been drinking.
Oh, well, that just takes all the fun out of it.
Right?
But the bad thing is since it's raw liquor going straight to your soft insides, it was killing a lot of people. Yeah. Alcohol poisoning and all kinds of crap.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
I heard about that years ago.
Desperate maneuver right there.
Woo!
Yeah, let me flip upside down. I want you to take this vodka and pour it in my butt. What the crap?
Jesus Christ!
What kind of stupid people with stupid friends are there?
No kidding! Holy Toledo! Oh my gosh, Laura, are you saying they would use
bastards?
If I ever asked one of my friends to do that, they would probably punch me in the mouth.
I'll just spend
do
the
what?
money on the
Get out of here!
martini.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Can you please take care of the dog?
I already gave her food and water, and she was happy.
She wants to go out. She has to go potty.
I opened the door for her, and she looked at me like I was crazy.
Oh God! Don't. Is that your front door behind you, Marcel?
Yes.
That is a very. I want a front door like that has that 1/4 window in it.
There's our big windows in the front.
I love that. I can't wait till Wesley and I can do that. Oh, I can't wait.
Oh my God.
I don't know how long
Laura says, sorry, forgot to write a tampon.
That's what they were using. They were soaking them in vodka and putting them up the, you know what.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm still going to front the money for a freaking martini. I'm not doing it.
You and me both.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a martini.
I'll walk my ass home, but I'm paying for the drinks.
Darn right. I got Uber. I got an Uber app on my phone. In the winter, North Dakota, parts of Minnesota, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba are very cold and very hard to get around in. You will perish without knowledge or protection. Shoot.
Shit, it's cold.
I can promise you one thing. I won't never be there in the wintertime.
Mm-mm.
Look, Poppy just opened the back door and this blast of cold air hit me on my feet.
You touched my back and I was on that there for like 30 seconds.
Oh my, it is cold. That's cold. Good.
I can pee.
Well, go pee. It gets so cold he had to go pee.
Me too.
Okay. Oh Lord, it's just me, guys. Yeah, Dwayne, I don't think that I would ever go up north to that cold of an area in the wintertime. I would love to see it in the summertime, but I'm just kind of scared of the cold. I know that sounds silly, but it got them drunk faster. Yeah. Well, that's a cheap drunk. That's what that is. That's kids who don't have a lot of money and they just trying to get instead of drinking the glass because you enjoy the substance in the glass, they're just shoving it in places where they can get a good buzz, which is kind of insane if you ask me, and dangerous, and very dangerous because especially
What's insane and dangerous?
Laura, I don't know. Laura said I have to come to Canada once in the wintertime. So, look, I'm going to be in an RV, and they're not insulated like a regular house.
But they have heaters, weirdo.
Well, I know they have heaters, but when it's negative 5 million Celsius outside, I don't think a heater's worth a shit. Excuse me.
5 million.
You had a friend who went to a city park for a walk, got hypothermia, and what? 2 relatives who perished from hypothermia. So that's a common thing, huh?
Depending on where you're at in the world, yeah.
You know what, Laura? I'd like to know that too. I would like to know who was the first ding-a-ling that did something like that.
Probably a high school or college kid.
Probably. A broke high schooler or college kid. There's that bourbon. I forgot. I was trying to tell Dad about it, and I couldn't remember. Where was it?
In the refrigerator.
Oh, well, no wonder I couldn't find it. He had it in the fridge. This, y'all, if y'all haven't tried this, it is really good. It's Ezra Brooks Bourbon Cream, and it is really a nice bourbon, and it's a little bit sweet with the cream, and it's not like Bailey's. If you don't like Bailey's, you might like this.
And it's made by the Lux Road Distilleries up in Kentucky.
To me, this is better than Bailey's.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And welcome back, Rumpus.
Thank you.
Are you shuffling cards?
And I'm hitting the bottom.
Up on my desk, I just shoved it out of the way. It was plastic.
Yeah,
that's good
Poppy
stuff.
was showing you he's hitting the bottle.
That's good stuff.
I've gotten on his last nerve.
Yep. Tired of her crap, I'm just going to get liquored up.
That stuff, that's not as sweet as Bailey's.
Right.
No, not at all.
Right.
I like it.
It is a little sweet.
It's a little bit, but Bailey's you got to cut with something. You pour it in your coffee or...
Definitely. Definitely. My friend parked his vehicle, went out for a walk in a park, and succumbed to the cold. I cannot even get over that.
If it's that stinking cold, don't go for a walk.
When it was negative 31 C, but felt like 45, you could freeze your skin fast.
Yeah.
And guys, coming from the south of the U.S., we just don't have to think about stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, I wonder sometimes the people who do move from the south up north, how long it takes them to adjust and because that's a way of life.
Right.
Protecting yourself from the cold is a way of life.
Trust me, it took a hot second for me to realize, holy crap, it's cold up here.
Yeah.
Because I went from being a Florida boy, not really ever seeing a real winter or snow. I saw a little bit of ice, a couple of flecks of snow in the 80s. And in 1995, when I joined the Navy, I went to boot camp November 22nd, and I saw a real horrible winter that year. I shoveled more snow than I ever seen on TV. Yep. I picked ice. It was so cold for a week straight with that wind screaming off of those lakes that we had to wear half of our uniforms, and we had to wear
only half.
No, like we had 2 pairs of pants, 2 pairs of socks.
Oh,
we had to wear 2 normal T-shirts, long sleeve shirts, our jacket. Then we had to wear our trench coat with the liner. Then we had to wear our ski mask, our watch cap, and then wrap a damn towel around our head So there was only this much hanging out. And then we had goggles on too. Because if we did not wear goggles, your eyeballs would freeze open. It was that stinking cold. We didn't march. We just kind of slowly walked so we wouldn't fall and bust our butts and break something to go to the chow hall. And then we would walk back to the barracks. For that entire week, we didn't go outside unless we had to.
Huh.
Now the coldest weather.
Hey guys, look at this headline. Look at this headline. I don't know if you can see it. I'll read it to you, but it's about the Omicron. It said early evidence suggests Omicron infection could give people super immunity against future coronavirus infection.
Oh, you mean like getting the flu? You won't get the flu next time.
But experts warn that COVID-19 is still unpredictable. No shit, Sherlock. Jeez.
Well, the coldest weather I was ever in was 18 below zero.
Oh, God.
And
I'm not sure how
school that day.
Positive.
Well, let's let him talk.
Well, he's saying negative 18 degrees. And yeah, that's insane cold.
We walked to
school. I can't even imagine.
5th grade.
Imagine feeling so cold that the air, just air, not any kind of precipitation hitting your skin, feels like pins and needles.
Dwayne said they broke a record-breaking cold snap around 2 weeks ago, which wasn't seen since 1969.
Yeah.
What was the temperature?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Well, I'm asking. What's the temperature?
I found a Bailey's without eggs, but I packed it. We'll scan. The wife saver. What? Look for. I have no idea what this even says. Help me out, Laura.
I think she's
because
talking
I'm not
text.
understanding.
What are you drinking?
I'm not understanding that. As we tried deli ham and another ham, it was not the same. Pea meal bacon makes it taste good. What is a pea meal? Grumpus, have you ever heard of a pea meal? Me either.
It's some kind
I think you might have talked to text that last bit, and it's garbledygook.
There was that singer that decided to get COVID-19 to benefit, and she died. Who was that? You know, who runs out and gets this shit on purpose? I don't understand. Look, listen to me in my trash mouth.
Yeah.
Somebody smack me.
Okay, come here.
I'll knock you out.
Like when she's got the flu or the cold or she's got something creepy and gross, I sleep on the couch. I don't even kiss this woman. Because she's gross when she's infected.
I think I'm feeling feverish.
Oh, whatever. You're a dork. Here, have some alcohol. Get rid of it.
I've got plenty right here. Thank you.
Weirdo.
She did. She tried to catch it on purpose. Where'd you go, Marcel?
A folk singer did it. A Czechoslovakia.
In Czech.
She's a Czech.
I'll be you know what?
Well, she's crazy.
Darn.
Oh, a break equals breakfast.
Oh, okay.
Like we all knew that.
Oh, my.
Somebody's speaking in code.
I know. Laura speaks in code all the time. Wesley, my computer died and I can't.
Well, you should have been.
Oh, I'm a ding-a-ling.
I know that.
Okay, she's still there. So when she comes back, there she is. Yeah.
I'm here.
Thought I messed up, Marcel. I thought I got rid of it. Hang on. Me and Wesley are going to do some musical chairs.
I love it.
There you go, Poppy.
Her janky computer.
I got to get a new one, honey.
I tried to get it to charge, and she's like, no, it's fine. A couple hours later, it's dead as a hammer. It's not fine.
Like I said, I need a new one. And if I hadn't had to drop that $300 last week, I might be able to get me a new one next month. But that's not going to happen.
Your mom.
You're going to save and be able to do it.
And I know eventually I will. I'm just going to have to limp this thing along until I can.
I'll get you the other one.
But your biggest gift to yourselves is that you're debt free. Don't start racking up credit cards.
Oh, I'm not. No, that's
every
not
time
happening.
Somebody at the stores goes, how about a credit card? I said, you want my wife to shoot me in the face?
That is not happening.
I'm like,
I will never go into credit card debt again. The only thing that we feel is worth financing
is a 1968 GT 500 KR Shelby.
No, 1969 Impala
240Z.
No.
Maybe,
but that wasn't 1969.
Grumpus, what are you drinking?
Oh, I've got some 7-Up tonight.
That's it.
I'm teetotaling it tonight.
Wow.
I'm so disappointed.
What's wrong with you?
I got stuff I got to do tomorrow, and I got to get up early to do it.
You know what, Laura? I get the warning too, but I ignore it, and that's where I get into trouble. That's where I get in trouble. Well, and when I'm live streaming, I'm not paying attention to my computer that much.
Even when her husband.
Who's in the morgue? Hang on a minute. Hang on, Dwayne. What are you talking about? Today, I saw an older elderly man in a city train station pulled off his mask and was coughing. Not too smart. A woman upset at a bus driver for not providing her and her young son a Why does the bus driver have to provide it?
Exactly.
I don't understand. Why don't they bring it from home?
Has she been under a bus?
Right.
This whole time?
Right. Yeah. I make both my kids wear a mask when we go out in public, and
you don't wait for somebody else to provide it.
I make both of them wear it, and like I said, my daughter's only 9; she just turned 9. But my son is 14, going on 15. At this point, my son is at least 4 or 5 inches taller than me.
Oh my!
And he's giant, and they just wear their mask. I don't have to tell him. He's very diligent on his own. He doesn't want to get it. He carries hand sanitizer in his backpack. He keeps his distance. It's just such a sad, crazy world. My son's a freshman in high school, and he should be worrying about kissing his first girl. And he's the biggest germaphobe. He's the most
Wait a minute. What did you say about kissing the first girl?
No, I said, I said my son is so concerned about wearing a mask, and he has to have a little vial of hand sanitizer in his bag, and he's just so concerned
he's
about
a germaphobe
and sickness and everything. And my son's gorgeous. I'm just going to say that.
I'm sure he is.
He's gorgeous, and he should be worrying about kissing girls, and he's instead like, you can stay right over there.
Oh,
he's like, nope.
Not catching a plague from you.
Well,
yeah,
funny is
not doing it, and he's just so conscientious. He's, he'll hug anybody. He'll do the,
side hug thing.
I'm sure he's interested in his head in making out with people, but he's terrified of people.
Right.
This is taking such a toll on him.
Yeah.
He can't be worried about a sweet kiss to the first girl because he's worried about catching his death.
Catching a germ. Yeah. Wesley and I sometimes, Violet has a boyfriend who she's known this kid since the 5th grade, and they've been best friends since the 5th grade. And now they're supposedly dating each other, only she's not allowed to date. So any date they go on usually consists of me, the dad, the kids, and this boy. Or sometimes I allow her to go to his house to visit and watch a movie if both the parents are there. And, but anyhow, sometimes we'll tease her and talk about, when she gets in the car when we go pick her up, and we'll say, "Were you swapping spit this evening?" and they're like, and she's like, "Oh, that's disgusting." And I'm like, "What do you mean that's disgusting?" I said, "You're 16." And she's like, "I'm not ready for all that."
Yeah.
And I'm like,
my son's not ready for all that. But you know what? In the world he lives in, he can't say that like out loud.
Right.
He can't say like, I just want to play video games at home with my friends and like chill with my family. I just don't want to do that. I mean, he has no interest truly in dating.
Y'all look.
Not at the moment. I know in the next 2 years that's going to change drastically, but he's 14, about to be 15.
Right.
You know, he's still very young.
You know, it might not change until after he graduates high school. You never know. I mean, you know, look, a young boy who's 15 years old, you know they're thinking about it.
Oh yeah, I was first.
I mean,
I got the proof.
It's probably all they're thinking about.
Okay.
But a lot of them don't do near as much as they brag about doing. Some
that's always been the case.
Than the young girls do, you know. Because let me tell you what, young girls today, they are not scared. Most of them are not afraid of anything. They chase these boys. It's insane to me because I never was allowed to call boys. I was never allowed to make myself available. Put it that way.
Really?
You are so gross.
Well, it was frowned upon.
It was so frowned upon back when I was growing up because it was known that, you know, the more you leave, my grandmother, I will never forget her saying this, the more you leave to the imagination, the sexier it is.
Mm.
Because, you know, back in the 80s, late 80s, people did wear things that were a little more risque than they did previously. And I was trying to do the same thing, wear the short skirts, wear the, you know, and she's like, Charlotte, cover it up. Because, and then I'll never forget this. She told me this story about Gypsy Rose Lee, the stripper that never showed anything. And she didn't. She just kind of teased people and showed little shoulders and a little bit of her thigh maybe. And she was extremely successful back in her day. There's actually a movie called, what is it called? I don't know if it's called Gypsy Rose or not, but it had Natalie Cole in it. She starred in it. But anyhow, it made an impression on me when she told me that story, and she told me that, you know, the more you cover up, the more interesting things are because, you know, because. And that's one of the things I try to, you know, talk to Violet about. But I don't have to worry about Violet dressing
scantily.
Yeah, she's very modest, and she likes to have everything covered up. Now, she don't like to wear her underclothes. But
well, she wears her underwear.
Yeah,
not the...
we were at the doctor the other day, and they were trying to take her blood pressure
through a sweatshirt,
through her sweater. And of course, getting a good blood pressure through a sweater is a very difficult thing to do. And I told her, I said, why don't you pull your arm out? And she says, well, if I do that, Mom, I'm going to expose my entire self because I'm not wearing a bra. And I looked at her, I said, you're in public. Why aren't you wearing a bra? I don't understand. Because when I was a kid, I was not allowed to go in public. I was not allowed to walk around my house unless I had all of my clothes on.
Yeah.
And I can't even understand. And it's not like she does not look like a 10-year-old boy under there. She has female equipment like a grown-ass woman, you know. Yeah. And it bothers me. It really bothers me. Oh, so Laura said, dang, you would blush at my stories I'm writing for selling on Amazon. Well, once moved, I will get back at it. Hey, you should send me a story. I'll buy it from you. Send me a link. That's interesting. We'll see if I blush or not. Oh,
so you're older now. I don't think you're going to blush.
I probably won't blush now, but, well, I don't like to say I don't like to be crass.
I'm crass.
He's the crass one in the family. I don't like to be crass.
Well, I'm a dirty old sailor, so I've got the perfect excuse for it. Well, I was a typical sailor when I was one.
Well, you were. Oh my
Until
gosh.
I met you.
Oh my gosh. What are you reading, Marcel? Are you reading anything right now?
I am actually trying to save a picture of my oldest so I can share it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. What, you mean like reading novels?
Yeah. I just got this. It's number 9. And I'm so excited.
Oh.
Have you ever read The Outlander?
No. I have not read it, but I have seen the movies.
Well, this is number 9 in the series. They've been going strong. I don't like watching the series. The series...
It's kind of like smut.
It kind of is. And the books are not. The books are more... Well, they are, but they're not. There are certain portions that are smutty, but most of it is just the story. And I'm on page 361.
Already?
Yep, already.
Dang.
And I hope, so far, this particular book has been better than the last one. Number 8 really disappointed me because it was kind of like a bringing everything together to get ready for this book. And the name of this one is called Go Tell the Bees That I Am Gone.
Oh.
And I'm a little afraid. I'm a little afraid that the story might be ending. And after 2-3 decades of reading these books, it'll be a sad, sad day when they end. As they started, like I said, in the 80s. The first book came out.
Don't you, like, I go through the same thing, like, with the Harry Potter series and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. Like, when it's over, I just feel this...
Just a loss.
Oh, just
it's a loss.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to revisit these characters in a different way again.
Right, right. It's kind of sad when it ends.
You bumped it. I had it.
What? But Leslie,
you moved the beans.
It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Just close the thing and it's over. Okay? It's not a big deal. Jeez. But you have 5 stories started, but not all done yet. Okay. I will send you one that I am taking if, wait a minute. Huh. Okay. Okay. That works for me.
What happened?
I just can't understand the rest of the sentence because I think she
is talking
fat fingered or something.
I will send you one that I am taking. I wrote boyfriend. She wrote with or for a boyfriend? Oh,
probably boobies. For or so about.
The previous comment was boobies.
Or a boob.
I have 5 stories started, but not all done.
No,
yeah,
that's boobies, honey. So look at the picture.
Oh, look, guys, she drew us boobies. Oh,
you're so crazy.
5 stories started, but not all done yet. Okay. I'm looking for when I sent a boyfriend. Oh, okay. Makes perfect sense. Oh, God. Yeah, I might blush. I might blush. I'm just warning you ahead of time. I might blush. Even if I'm reading it by myself, I will probably
I'm trying to share a picture of my kid with you, but I can't understand how to upload it from my computer. It keeps prompting me to upload and from places that I don't know what I'm doing. So,
well, let me know when you get it up there. And
well, I'm trying.
Okay. I wish I could share so many things on my phone. I really do. Because, well, all my pictures are on my phone and not on my computer.
It's so hard. Why is it so hard? but I don't know what the.
Excuse me. I'm
Nope.
sorry. Oh my goodness, that wine is. Oh, look. My $1 challenge. Poppy brought me home grocery money, and it's $4. It's 4 circles.
That's just left over from the strip club.
Be able to share a picture. This
You
is.
left early?
I wonder if it's still okay to put dollars in their garters instead of, inflation and all. It seems to me that 5s and 10s and 20s are the norm now.
I think the biggest I ever stuffed anywhere was 1s and 5s.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I see what I'm doing now. Hold on. Wait.
That was also 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I think I have this figured out now.
I
Okay.
guess it depends on the class level of the establishment you're at.
It probably does. Because I know when I was in Atlanta, never mind.
Because if you're in a seedy, skeezy, the floor is sticky kind of place, you only give them dollar bills.
I've never been to
If
one
you're
of
in a
those.
classy joint, probably 10s and 20s.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Nothing.
You're dirty, aren't
Oh, memories.
you? Yep, you're dirty.
Like
You
the
won't blush.
shadows of my mind.
You definitely will not blush.
Misty watercolor memory of the way I was. Oh, God. I used to love Barbara. God, I loved her.
Which one, Streisand or
Yeah,
Mandrell?
of course. Streisand.
I liked her till her politics overshadowed her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
As long as she kept her mouth shut about politics and sang, she was fine. And then all of a sudden, her opinions, I don't give a damn about.
Well, they get
Actors, actresses, singers, all those people, they are there to entertain people. If they want to be a politician, stop entertaining and go be a politician.
Well, everybody has a right.
Yes, they have a
Sure.
right, but look what happened to the Dixie Chicks.
No,
They
they don't have a right, because if I buy their ticket, they're working for me.
Well, and that's true.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I bought a
And
ticket.
also, you have the option to not buy the ticket.
Right.
Well,
if they want to talk
you know.
politics, let me in for nothing.
And like today, if Barbara Streisand were to ever go on tour, I would never buy a ticket to one of her performances. I would listen to it on a replay after she's dead and gone, and there,
and you can fast forward through the BS section.
yeah. Or I just download something on Spotify or what have you.
Well, look what happened to Dixie Chicks. They were doing so good.
Till
had
they
so
opened
many
their mouth.
albums, and then their lead singer started opening her pie hole about her politics.
Let's be honest. Nobody would have paid any attention to that fat chick if it wasn't for her hot sisters.
Oh my goodness gracious alive!
Okay. So can I share this screen, Charlotte?
Of course. Hang on just a second and I'll find it. Share. Okay, I forgot how to do this. Oh God.
I know. This is what I've been struggling with too. Like, how do we do it?
Post.
Layout. Okay, not that. I need that. Let's see okay, yes, I got it. Add to stream. Booyah!
Yeah.
Go, Mom. Oh, look at him. Oh, he's precious.
That's my boy.
Where is that?
He was actually in the fuselage of a C-130.
Oh, okay.
This was Evan's Christmas party this last year, and he just decided he went in. He was walking with me, and I said, "Just lean back, let me take a picture." So these pictures have, I don't know who they are, but focus on that guy.
Yeah.
No, but he's
a handsome youngin'. Look at that. Does he still have the long hair?
Still has the long hair.
Awesome.
We cleaned it
Why
up.
was he inside of the C-130?
Christmas party, dear.
Christmas party for the military, and they let
command
people
party.
walk around. This was actually one of the newest ones. But yeah, that's my.
Well, see, I've been inside of a C-130 before, and it looked nothing like that. It was yuck. That looks really clean, and in fact, I thought it was a hotel hallway.
Yeah,
No,
but now I see the jump seats. Yeah,
this is the child that the girls won't leave alone.
I don't blame them. If I was 13, I wouldn't either. 14, whatever. I'd be calling and aggravating you too.
Bad girl.
Of course, nowadays that's acceptable.
But he's my baby. I can show you a baby picture too. He looks totally different, but he's taller than me. But he and I are very close, and I'm thankful for that.
Oh, of course,
I think most teenage boys, they pull away, but you know, we're very close, and I don't know how that'll work one of these days when he gets a girlfriend. And you know, I know, you know, they have to go and be husbands to their wives and all the things, but I'm gonna struggle with that because it's been Jared and I
from the get-go, huh?
Since I became a mom, like it's been Jared to me. And I think, you know, I just hope I'm going to try my best to be that mom that goes and supports his life and his relationship and his family, and try to be the grandma that shows up and all that. It's tough. I don't know.
It is tough.
But, you know, maybe he'll want to stay. He might be the son that says, hey, can I, you know, build a house next to you? But I don't know. Hopefully he chooses somebody that I can get along with, because that's also terrifying.
You know, when my daughter, and I know this is a totally different situation between daughters and sons. I get that. However, my daughter and I were very, I'm not going to say we were super close, but we depended on each other a lot. It was an interesting relationship. In fact, I would go so far as to say we were like best friends, even though I should have been her parent. Yeah. But I was a single mom for many years, and she was my helper. And so as she grew up, she was more of a lateral to me than a underling to me, if that makes any sense. And it shouldn't have been that way, but it was. But every guy that she ever met, the first one lasted way too long, and it took her years to figure out that he was not the one for her. And me and him nearly pulled our hair out fighting with her about it. Finally got to the point where he was not even allowed at my house. Yeah. And it hurt her feelings that he wasn't allowed there. And I'm like, I can't help it. He can't treat you nicely. He's abusive, and not physically abusive, but there's other ways, you know. He wasn't respectful to me and my husband. And I'm like, he can't be in our house, period.
He's POS.
And when she dumped him finally, and she went to meet someone else, she finally met this guy, and we liked it. He was so hard not to like. He had a great personality. He was super funny. He was just the life of the party kind of guy. Well, you know what those kind of guys end up being is a jerk, you know, and that's what he was to her. He ended up and I used to tell her all the time, I love Adam, but I don't think he's the one for you. And I meant that.
He's Mr. Right now.
Yeah. And so then they finally broke up, and she met the current husband. And when I first met him, I could not stand him. Truly, I had nothing in common with him. He had the personality of a brick. He had no manners whatsoever, and that is so foreign to me that I can't even explain it. If you come in, let me give you a for instance. He didn't feel good one day when they came to visit. In fact, he never felt good when they came to visit. But I decided that day, his stomach was upset, and I thought, I'll just make him some chicken soup and see if that makes him feel better, because that's all I know how to do, you know? It's the mom thing. So I make him this soup. He sits down to the table, and he goes to drink this soup or to eat this soup and gagged at my table.
Oh.
I was like, oh my God, somebody kill him, get him out of my house before I strangle him to death.
Before I have a chance.
What in the devil? And I thought, this man just had the nerve to sit down to my table when I slaved and made him some chicken soup, and it was good. Okay, it was not terrible. It was great. And he gagged. And I thought, I'm going to kill somebody.
He wasn't used to good food.
Well, I know that. And I know that now. But let me tell you what. This kid has turned out to be probably the best husband she could have picked for herself.
Excuse me.
He works all the time. He will do anything to make her happy. He takes care of the kids. He cares for the kids. You know, like a dad is supposed to. And the only complaint I have about him is he still doesn't have a whole lot of manners, but he's learning, you know. But regardless of that fact, he's been a wonderful husband to her.
He puts up with all of her crap all day.
Exactly. And hey, Lisa, how are you doing? Thank you for coming. Oh my gosh, sorry I missed you. I was too busy talking, whatnot. But anyhow, he's been a great husband to her. And now every time she calls me and she starts to complain, well, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what are you complaining about? You know?
He puts up with your crap.
And I try to remind her that she has a great husband, you know, and I know sometimes you have to put that in perspective. Sometimes I gripe about Poppy too.
Really?
Yeah, sometimes.
Probably because I can be a pain in the butt like you can.
Yeah.
But no, okay, nobody can be a pain in the butt like you.
Nobody.
No.
I win.
Yep.
But still, you know, I told her not long ago, I said, marriage is not about the butterflies and the excitement and the dress and the you know, the fairy tale. That's not what marriage is about. Marriage is about having the same values, having the same goals, and having the same commitment level. I said, and the sooner you figure that out, the easier marriage will be. And but she hasn't quite figured that part out yet. But of course, she's been married now for what?
5 or 6 years?
6 or 7, I think. Yeah. 6 or 7 years. She has 2 new babies, pretty much. I mean, she's got a 5-year-old and a 1-year-old. And she's still in the middle of the beginning stages of marriage, you know? And I told her, I said, wait, when the kids are teenagers, we're going to be having a completely different conversation.
Probably so.
You know, and when the kids are grown, we'll have if I'm around and still kicking, we'll still be having a completely different conversation. You know, because as you move through those marital stages, things just get different. You know.
No, you've been a chucklehead the whole time.
So have you.
Huh.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. We're about to have our 21st anniversary in like
couple weeks.
A week?
The Groundhog
Day. The 2nd.
Day.
Whatever the 2nd is. What's today? The 22nd? 23rd?
Yeah, 22nd.
I can't believe it. It's just the years go by too fast, you know?
Way too fast.
And you haven't offed me yet.
And the older you get, the quicker they go, which is not fair.
No.
You know,
Crap.
there is a passage in the Bible that talks about a lot of religions refer to it when they're talking about the end times, as far as their version of whatever end times. But there's a passage in the Bible that talks about how in the end times, time goes faster. And it dawned on me the other day that maybe that verse or that passage is referring to end of life for each person instead of this apocalyptic end time that these religions want to shove down our throat. I don't know. But I thought it was, I remember thinking about that the other day and thinking, isn't that interesting? But flying out in 3.5 hours, Lisa, oh my goodness. Wait a minute.
Where's she flying to?
I'm going back to my home place. I was born in Bancroft.
Oh,
Laura, I didn't realize you were doing.
Oh, Ontario.
Yeah, Ontario. Flight is 3.5 hours. It was 5 hours. So, oh my goodness. Yes, my truck comes the day at 10, and I have a flight at 5:45. Oh, so, okay. I thought you meant tomorrow, Laura. I thought you meant that you were moving tomorrow. Well, that's great. So you're almost finished with the move and everything? I'll be so glad when you get that taken care of and you can get back to living the life, you know? I know it's hard to be in a transition period. I hate being in transition. Hate it. So you're going from Edmonton to Toronto. How far is that?
No.
I don't either. Are they in the same province? Because I don't even know. Edmonton, Toronto. I don't even know what provinces those cities are in. Do you, Grumpus?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, me either. I wish I did.
Well, Google it. Use
Hey, when I was in high school, I used to know a lot of that stuff, but that's been a long time ago.
Yeah, we had to learn it, but it never got me a job. So
right. Never got me a job.
That's right.
Look, if useless information could get me a job, I'd be a millionaire today.
Here.
Tomorrow will be a long day. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. If you're still packing, everyday packing's a long day. So, Grumpus, what you got planned for the week?
I'm just trying to stay warm. It's
I hear you.
It's supposed to be cold all week.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
I don't know how cold, but yeah.
It got down to 30 last night.
Mm-hmm.
What is it right now? Let's see. It's 34.
34?
Yeah.
I don't know where we're at. Where are we, Poppy? I can't deal with his phone because I don't understand all that.
Man, it's supposed to get down to 30 tomorrow night.
Oh my God. It's 27 degrees here. Holy Toledo.
So when it gets cold like that, I'm looking for indoor watering activities, and I don't want to go out.
Yeah, and you have to work Monday, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I think it's time for a vacation day with the fireplace.
I put some wood in the fireplace today. I'll probably fire it up tomorrow.
Yeah. I wish we had a fireplace here sometimes.
Yeah, I love a fireplace. I'd have to have a fireplace anywhere I live.
See, now, I used to feel that way until we bought our last house. And that fireplace took up about 7 feet of wall. And I swore I'd never have another fireplace again because it made the living room almost impossible to arrange. And it was the center point of, I mean, it was just the focal point of the living room, and I hated that. In our other house, our fireplace was actually in the dining room. And I know that sounds crazy, but it was. And excuse me. And I loved it. I loved that the fireplace was in the dining room because, our dining room was 21 feet long and 11 feet wide. So when we'd have ice storms and the power would go out, we could move our mattresses downstairs, and we'd sleep in front of the fireplace and put blankets up in the doorway openings, and we would stay warm all night long. And we just moved the table back. It's not like we had to move a lot of furniture. We just moved the table back toward the garage and then put the beds in front of the fireplace and sleep. It was great. But the other house, and I'll tell you this too. In the last house, it was a gas fireplace, and I hated it. In our first house, it was a wood burning fireplace, and I absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
And let me tell you what, the clean out went right into the rose garden. So all those ashes, my God, I had the most beautiful roses in the world in that particular garden bed. It was great.
All the ashes would just go right to the garden.
Yeah.
They wouldn't go in the garbage at all.
Yeah, it was great. But God, I miss that house sometimes.
Before my current wife moved in, I used to have a water bed.
Yeah.
Ooh. So water bed, I kept at a certain temperature, and then my fireplace, I'd burn it all the time. So
yeah.
I'd leave my thermostat on about 55. I didn't turn the thermostat up unless I had company, because I didn't want to think it was cheap.
So, well, you didn't need it because you had the warm bed and you had the fireplace.
Exactly. It only got cold when I turned the TV off and went to bed. That's only cold in the hall.
Right.
But
when you wake up in the morning,
If I would ever build a house, I would have a way to heat the whole thing with a fireplace or two.
With a fireplace. That's an idea.
Yeah.
Maybe we should build a house instead of.
In fact, I'll probably have a smoker above one of them.
That would be neat.
That would be neat. And not only that, but you can have like a little rack you can hang a kettle from it, make your coffee, do the whole old-fashioned thing.
Well, I did that during the freeze this spring.
I'm sure of it. Yeah.
I did chili right there in the living room next to the fireplace.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Well, we cooked in our fireplace a few times.
We did. Yeah, we did. And not the gas one, but that wood burning fire. Well, we did roast marshmallows in the gas stove, or the gas fireplace. And we cooked hot dogs with the kids. And that was a fun thing for them to do. And that was like a tradition for us at Christmas time, ever since they were little tiny kids, is we'd have hot chocolate and roast marshmallows in the fireplace. Well, now this year and last year, we don't have a fireplace anymore.
Well, we don't have a fireplace, but we did the top.
We did do it outside when the kids came over, when the grandbabies came over. We had a fire pit out there, and we roasted marshmallows in it. So that was kind of fun.
Well, we did dinner on the Blackstone and had...
No, we have the gumbo.
No. At a different date.
What about it?
We made dinner on the Blackstone, and we had a fire with just Murphy and Violet.
Oh, yeah.
And did s'mores.
Yeah, we did do that. Yeah, you're right.
Marcel's not coming back?
I'm not sure, and oh, wait, there she is, stuffing my face with pretzels. She's hungry. Do you want to, I'll be in the chat. Okay, she wants to be in the chat now. Okay.
She doesn't want to eat on camera.
Let us know if you want to come back in, and I will make sure that happens for you, Marcel, okay? But yeah, I miss having, I just miss that house. That house was so versatile.
And we did so much work to that.
It was beautiful when we left it. When we first moved in, it looked like it comes straight off the Brady Bunch.
Looked like the Brady Bunch just moved out.
Yeah. And by the time we left, it was gorgeous.
It was done.
We did so much work. It took us 9 years, but we did all that work ourselves, and we did it right.
Yeah.
It's not like whoever moves into that place is not going to have to redo some of our crappy, shoddy work.
Yeah.
And that is one thing I hate about moving into a new place, or not a new place, but a place that's been pre-owned and somebody else has done work, and then you have to go back and repair their crap engineering.
Yeah.
So, that was a big problem in our other house, the one we just sold. That was a huge problem.
Money pit that'll never get back.
Yeah. We'll never see that again.
Yeah.
We ended up having to pay about $10,000 to get out of that house.
Wow.
But it was worth
50
it.
Was going to cost us to fix it.
Oh, it was going to be more than 50, but yeah, we just made a bad decision.
Well, we didn't make a bad decision. We were lied to by, or we had a crappy inspector.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that makes all the difference.
The inspector was very, very, very wrong.
Because we did do a house inspection. It's not like we tried to go in blind. We tried to go in knowing what was wrong, and didn't work out.
Nope.
But I have a feeling the and this is from living in Mississippi for the past 10 years, 12. But I have a feeling that the inspector knew the homeowners, because the air conditioning guy knew the homeowners, the roofing guy knew the homeowners, everybody knew the home. So you know how that goes.
Yeah, they were on their side, not ours. We should have sued his ass off. Hey, this house is now yours. You start paying for it. Give us our cash back.
Yeah.
This thing is a piece of crapola.
But, live and learn.
Yeah.
So now we start over. And that's okay. One of these days I'll be too old to start over, but not right today.
Well, that's what the wife, every once in a while, she gets in a mood. She's wanting to move. And I said, well, I got too much sweat equity in this place. I'm not leaving.
Yeah. When you bleed over your house, it kind of starts meaning something to you.
Yeah.
And Wesley and I shed a lot of blood.
Well, I bought this slab when it was 39 years ago.
It was a slab?
It was just a slab. There wasn't even any sticks up yet when I bought it.
Oh my goodness. So you gave birth to that house.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I get it. I understand. And, hopefully, once we get our piece of land, we're going to decide what to do. For a while, we thought maybe we'll put a mobile home on it, but we don't really need a lot of home once the kids are grown and, and honestly, I wouldn't mind just having a kitchen where you could eat in it, a living room, and a bedroom with a great big bathroom in it. Maybe a little office off to the side, but that's really all I need. I don't need a lot to make me happy, except a warm house, enough groceries to eat, and a garden.
Got two more things.
What?
Garage with a cool car sitting in it.
Well, Poppy wants a garage with a cool car sitting in it.
That I build. I don't want somebody else doing it for me.
Right. And that's, that's a possibility too. So honestly, I don't know how much it would cost to build a 700-800 square foot house with all the necessities that I want. I want a pantry. I want a laundry room that's separate from the rest of the place so I can close the door and not listen to the washer. I mean, just little things, I want peace and quiet. Now, when it comes to the outdoors, that's a whole different story. I need a she shed. I want a gazebo with a fireplace in it. I want, because I do a lot of living outside when I have the space to do it.
If I had a bigger backyard, I wouldn't be able to afford to stay here.
Right? Right? I want the pond, I want the garage for him, and I would love to have like a covered pavilion with an enormous wood burning fireplace at the end of it, and enough space to put 4 or 5 big long tables for all my whole family to end up coming over and having dinner and barbecues and things like that.
Oh, hey, we're going to have to pave and clean all that.
What?
We're going to have to clean all that.
No, that's when you use paper plates, ding-a-ling. Jeez. But no, I would love something like that. Well, if that's the case, Just put drains in the floor.
Okay.
Use a water hose or pressure washer and just blast it down the drain.
Okay, that's doable. Paper and a garden.
I'm hoping to put in a new deck and a cover this spring.
It's going to be amazing.
Right, that's my hope. My deck now is over 30 years old and it's starting to.
Oh
wow.
In.
One thing I really, really want is a screened-in porch. I would love a screened-in porch. Whether it's the front, the back, I don't care. I just want so the bugs won't get me.
You can have a porch, and I want a Porsche.
Well, whatever you say, Dick. Why isn't it charging?
Because you're a chucklehead and let it die all the way. And I'm having a hard time trying to get it back.
You know, Lenovo has one of their Chromebooks on sale for $99. Do you know how tempted I am to go ahead and buy it right now?
Won't let you do anything.
That's
what do you edit your videos on?
My phone. On KineMaster. I like
doing that on a phone.
Really?
I don't.
Well, my phone's fairly big. I mean, as far as it's not one of those little tiny iPhones.
Right, you got a Note. That's what I got, a Note.
Mm-hmm. And I do it fine on the phone. And I enjoy it. I mean, I can do it really fast on the phone. If I were to do it on a computer program, number one, I don't understand. I can't even edit the video on the YouTube editor because I don't understand what all that means.
Well, if you had to do it, you'd figure it out.
I would if I had to, but
you figured the whole live streaming thing out.
I did eventually, sort of.
Kind of.
Hey, did you see me earlier? I started a whole live stream. You're not going to believe this.
Not the microphone.
So Alex came on and said, we can't hear you. And I thought, oh my gosh, my phone's acting up again. I can just put my microphone in the little slot like I normally do. And everybody will hear me. So here I am. I went and found my microphone. I stuck it in the slot. And I'm carrying on like everybody can hear me. And nobody's commenting. People are coming in and out, in and out, in and out. And I'm like, something's wrong. Something's wrong because this is not normal. I had my headset on earlier. And the damn thing was connected to my headset in my bedroom. Instead of, and so I had to turn the Bluetooth off and then everybody could hear me. So what I ended up doing was canceling and deleting the other stream. Well, I didn't delete it. I put it on private and then I started this stream. And I'm like, I cannot believe I did that stupid nonsense. But it's just, it's those little tiny details that sometimes just slip my mind.
And that's why you need an SOP.
I do. I think I'm going to write myself a little SOP. Check to make sure your Bluetooth's off. Check to make sure this is going on. Check to make sure the volume on your computer is off. Check to make sure Poppy's computer or his phone is off so it doesn't do the feedback thing.
Reverb.
Just a lot of different things. Make sure Poppy doesn't go over there and make coffee while you're trying to live stream because
I need coffee.
He always does it when DJ is talking to me, and I have to really pay attention to DJ to be able to understand him.
Uh-huh.
And if there's a lot of noise going on in the background, it's very, very hard for me to really concentrate on what he's saying. So yeah, it irritates me.
I irritate you?
Oh, I think I could edit on my phone if I had to, but it would be, to me, probably stressful.
Well, and I'll tell you, when I first started my YouTube channel, that was all I had. So that's how I learned to do it. So it's become second nature to me. And honestly, I'm scared to death to try anything else because I kind of got this down to a science on my end as far as, and I haven't had any complaints about my editing.
Oh, that editing looks good.
I wish that I could do a little more with it as far as, I don't know, do a little fancier stuff, maybe. I don't know, B-roll, whatever. But that's me, and I have to learn it.
Yeah, I only brought it up because I didn't know if you did that on your laptop or not. I'm not sure a $99 Chromebook would do it.
Oh, no. Actually, my plan is to buy myself a Dell at the end of the year. But I really like my Chromebook. I mean, I really, really like it. It's easy, everything. Even if I got a new one tomorrow, I could transfer everything from that to the new one like instantly.
So can you use your editing software on your phone on the Chromebook?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Where you had a bigger screen?
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I could do it. It's just I don't. I do all of my filming with my phone. I do the editing with the phone. I do the uploading with the phone. And then once it's uploaded, I go to the Chromebook and I do all the optimizing.
Right.
And then I hit the publish button or schedule the publishing.
Yeah.
And I make my thumbnails on the Chromebook in Canva. And I really need to start upping my thumbnail game a little bit. I've really been trying hard to make them more clickable.
So I pull all of mine right out of my video usually.
Do you?
I probably should concentrate more on it, but I don't.
Well, I've noticed, in fact, give me a second. I'm going to go look at something real quick on my phone. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Holy Toledo.
What, crazy head?
447. Look, I've gotten 447 views in the last 48 hours, which is phenomenal for this channel.
Nice.
Phenomenal for my channel. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. See how it goes. I'm still in the process of trying to get myself motivated to look. I have had no energy this month. I've had no motivation, no energy, and I've got what I call YouTuber's block. Like I don't know which direction to go and how to tie it all together, and it's like stunting me because I feel paralyzed, creatively paralyzed. And it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'll get through it and I'll start all over again and everything will be great. But I'm really...
I keep telling myself I'll get excited again when the weather breaks.
See, I've always wondered about that. Why do people that like barbecuing and smoking and all that around the giant hot piece of steel in the summertime when you're sweating your guts out, when you could do it in the wintertime and you could just kind of sit there and be all nice and toasty warm?
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Because the wind's blowing and it's blowing your fire out. And
I don't mind it at all in the summertime. But in the wintertime,
you don't care for it, huh?
I just don't like the cold.
I understand. I do.
Even if it's nice and warm by the pit and I can sit by the pit, you're only warm on one side.
That's right, because the other side's freezing and this side, yeah.
But you can move. You can warm up your tush and then you can turn around.
And now I don't mind being a little bit cold. Like, I'm good down to about what? 48-ish?
Maybe
50?
Maybe. Probably in the upper 50s.
I don't think so. As long as I have my layers on and I've got a hat on.
Oh, well, yeah.
I can be in about 45 degrees and be comfortable. Anything below that, I'm in the house.
It gets 60, I'm looking for a winter coat.
See, and I used to be that way when I went from Florida and South Georgia up to Virginia. I didn't go outside for like 4 years. It was like, nope, not doing that. And then, through the years, I learned that layering your clothing really helps. Making sure you have a hat on to protect your ears really helps. Wearing gloves which is really hard when you're trying to accomplish. Look, I don't even garden with gloves on because I can't feel what I'm doing.
Right.
You know, if I'm just making a trench to plant seeds, that's fine. But to plant the seeds, I have to take the glove off and, you know, be able to feel the seeds.
Exactly.
And so I'm real funny about gloves. I would love to have fingerless gloves. Now that would be kind of cool.
They make them.
I know they make them, sweetheart. Murphy's got some. But yeah, down to about 45. If I'm covered, I'm good. But before I moved to Virginia, when it was 70 degrees, I was looking for a sweater.
Yeah.
And I feel like living up there either taught me how to stay warm or thickened my blood. Wesley used to tease me all the time and tell me that my blood was nothing but watered down Kool-Aid when we first moved to Virginia because I was always so cold. But now, of course, you know, turning 50-ish as a aging female kind of changes things for you a little bit too. I'm not nearly as cold as I once was.
You're a heat source now.
I definitely feel like a heat source occasionally.
Now you know what I'm like all the time.
This man right here is a radiator. An absolute, you can, if you were to sit next to him, you could feel, like my leg is touching his right now through his jeans, and there's a warm spot on my leg.
You're welcome.
I mean, he's a radiator, and he's always been that way. I've never seen anything like it, but he just puts off heat. And when I was young
and didn't make her own heat.
And didn't make my own heat, it was great because I could stick my ice cold feet up there on his belly and get warm really fast, you know.
Oh, wake me up in a second.
And I know. But now that I'm an old lady, you get close to me and I'm like, move over, you're too hot. Does that make you feel hot, Lisa? So things change a lot. And I think maybe that's one of the reasons that I'm okay now to be outside when it's in the 40s and not just completely feel like I'm freezing to death. But
I'll do it if I have to, but
right.
Something that has to be done, I can take care of it. I can work on the cars and all that kind of stuff. But
sure.
I would just soon just look out a window.
Right. Well, the first time it snowed in Virginia was the first time I ever saw snow in my life. And it snowed 11 inches. And I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. And it was so great because I was inside next to the fireplace in my recliner, looking at the window and all the snow fun. It was beautiful. Until I went outside and had to play in the snow with the kids.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, this is for the birds. Screw this crap.
Yeah.
So after that, 15-minute jaunt in the snow. Every time it snowed after that, I was in the house next to the fireplace in my recliner looking out the window at it, which was fine with me. It's beautiful when it's falling on that side of the window.
Oh, absolutely.
You know. What are you looking at?
Just to make sure nobody's doing
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing any comments with you guys. You have the 5th wave. Wait a minute. Are we doing the 5th? Is this the 5th wave now?
What?
I've lost track of the waves.
I have to. And you know what? I hope I'm super immunified now. Look, I can't promise that I had the plague, but if it wasn't, it might as well have been. Okay?
Well, my mom and her better half just had it.
Look, my in-laws were both in the hospital at the same time in different rooms.
Because they won't allow, those rooms up there, their COVID rooms are single person rooms. For
Oh, are they?
I don't know why. That's retarded.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, if you got the COVID.
So yeah, they were both hospitalized last week.
for about 2-3 days.
For probably 3 days. They both had pneumonia from it.
Mm.
And I was a little worried about them there for a few minutes. But then I called her the last day that she was in the hospital, and she seemed to be doing fine. The husband did worse than she did, but he was still just a day behind her. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marcel. Yeah, everybody hit the like button. I need a whole bunch of likes. A whole bunch of them. And go watch all my old videos, because I need that too.
Okay, when we talked a couple of hours ago, and Marcel was at what, 33,000? Or I'm sorry,
23, I think.
Well, she's at 24,289 now.
Holy toad.
Last couple
Marcel,
hours,
did you know you're at 24,289? Look, that video is just going berserk.
And it's what the great thing is, it was an old
video. It's the cinnamon roll video, I think, which is a great video. I've seen it twice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That is amazing. I am so happy for her.
I've had more fun watching that number all week.
Have you really?
I need to get out more.
I know, right?
Get a hobby.
But you know what? It's exciting when you see somebody who's having a little bit of good luck on YouTube, you know?
Exactly. Everybody needs a little good in the world right now.
Ain't that the truth? And yeah, it's 1 year old this month. That video is 1 year old this month. Like I said, I've got one video that has over 15,000 views on it. And it's 2 years old, but every day it gets at least 20 views every single day. And I was thinking about actually redoing that video because, number one, it only has 23% view duration. So that means not a lot of people are watching all the way through it. Probably because I'm rambling on about something stupid and insignificant while I'm cooking.
Nah.
Because I do that a lot. But, well, and see, that's another thing I tried to start doing this year was when I'm doing a cooking video, I want to be just the facts, ma'am. You know?
Dragnet.
But that's not my personality. And I'm having a real struggle with it. But I have noticed. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, just be you. That's what people want to see.
I talked to my father about this the other day, and I actually told Marcel this afternoon what he said to me and what we talked about. But I said to my dad, I said, Dad, I do so much better on a live stream because there are people to interact with, and my real personality is there, and it's just I am who I am, and you get what you get. What you see is what you get. This is who I am. But when I'm on a recorded video and I'm excuse me, and when there's nobody to interact with, I feel like I'm doing a work presentation or a school presentation. And it's like this whole other person.
Well, you've got a whole list of details in your head that you have to stay on top of.
And I'm trying to keep track of everything.
You know, am I centered in the camera? Is my audio working? You know, you always know if you mess up, you can retake it. So
try
too hard.
See, this is what you should do. Get a whiteboard so you can put all your bullet points on it so you can see it on behind the camera. That way you know you hit everything. And then take some of your videos of our lives and get Laura and Marcel and Grumpus and Patrick's head and put them on a sketch and put them behind your camera so you'll see their heads and you'll be talking about
That's hilarious. Well, I would get a whiteboard, but there's nowhere to put it between.
I've tried notes. I cannot. It makes it worse for me.
Yeah, and the bullet points, even. It just
scripted.
clutters my head. And I understand that. I understand how notes just add more stuff for you to think about.
Just one more distraction.
Right.
For me, I tried it and I could not. Just couldn't follow it.
I have learned that I am so much better on the fly. And that's always been my personality. I'm always better on the fly than I am when I have to present. But when I'm writing something, that's a whole different story.
Yeah.
Because I'm a pretty good writer too. When I put the effort in, I can write very well.
Yeah.
It's communicating. I don't know how good I am at communicating. Teaching, communicating what's in my head because I want people to see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? And I'm not sure how good I am at that yet, but I'll get there.
You get there.
I'll get there. Take care of that, please. Oh,
everybody else.
Oh, girlfriend, y'all done got it. Grumpus, thank you. Marcel, thank you. Y'all are on top of these.
I saw it before I could even touch my finger to it. It was like bloop bloop, and I'm like, oh, they already busted them. Get them,
Grumpus, get them, Marcel. That is so funny.
Well,
see, that's why you have good mods. That's why you have good mods.
I hate to bail on y'all, but I got to get up in about another 3
Oh no, it's okay. I understand completely, and I was about to say the same thing. So, I've been on here long enough. Look, like I said, I woke up at 8 o'clock this evening from a nap, and
but I've been up since 7 a.m.
I need to take some of my daughter's sleeping medicine and go my ass to bed. I thought the wine would do it, but no. So you have a great day tomorrow, Grumpus, and everybody else, Marcel and Laura and Lisa, and who else? Is Dwayne and all them still in here? Maybe
7 of them in there.
Everybody here, good night.
Yeah, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks for having me.
Take care. I love everybody. Have a good day tomorrow.
Good week.
Stay warm.
Well, I'll see you later.
All right, bye, Grumpus.
Bye-bye.